Orange fans, you played every snap.
Every snap.
You showed your orange.
Yes, we did.
But you're just getting started.
Yes, we
because
did.
It's time for the best post-game fan show in college football. It's time for the Garza Law Firm 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. The place where the Big Orange universe from all around the world gathers to talk about today's game.
Unbelievable.
Unfiltered. Uncensored. And unapologetic.
I can't do this. All right, let's just get on the air. Tennessee loses 44-41, and I just can't believe what just happened. That, first of all, let me just say this, because we got a lot to talk about tonight, and we got a lot of time. It's Garza Law, 5th Quarter Fan Reaction, presented by Marcos Garza, your Garza Law Firm. Yours surely, Tony Basilio, along with you. Brian's here to start things off. We'll have our cast of thousands who will join as we go through the evening. Tennessee was that close to winning this game. They were a kick away from winning the game. They were getting a stop on 4th down away from winning the game, and Stockton hit that incredible pass to Humphreys. Look, there's a lot of ways to come at this thing tonight. We can be angry, and I'm not telling anybody how to think. I'm not. But I'm just going to tell you where I'm at. We are all beat up on defense, okay? And that was a courageous effort that our team just showed. And that was one hell of a great football game. I wish our head coach was a little more aggressive tonight, because when he was aggressive, it worked for him. And when he wasn't, it didn't work for him. I appreciate so much the play of Aguilar and those kids and the defense today. Look, the defense is all beat up. We knew that. Redmond's a true freshman. We know that. That sucks to lose that game, though. All that said, that sucks to lose that game. I'm sick of losing to them. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. Because they came into Neyland Stadium today to be had. Georgia did. Brian Hartman, your thoughts, then we go to the phones. What a painful result.
One thing that we learned is that this team has the wherewithal to play with anybody in the SEC, perhaps anybody in the nation. You hope that going forward that this doesn't take a whole lot out of them when you lose a game like that. But I am encouraged. Joey Aguilar and his receivers, they do belong in the SEC. They belong.
Yes, they do.
And they proved that today. But when you get a turnover deep in their territory, up 35-30, I don't care that you went backwards 5 yards. You've been hitting splash plays the whole second half and really most of the game. Mm-hmm. You cannot run the clock and settle for a long field goal to keep it a 2-possession game or keep it a 1-possession game. They should have made it a 2-possession game. You should have tried to go up 42-30 and put the thing out of reach. And so Georgia doesn't come down and pull one out of there, to tie the game late. And they wouldn't have had a chance to do that.
I appreciate this, Coach. Yeah, you're right, Brian. I appreciate this guy and love him so much. Look, we're all beat up. We know that. We're beat up in our defensive line. We're just beat up. And, the Brute Carter thing this summer and all the distraction of that. And they had a quarterback. It's literally, they've gotten this guy ready to play high level, not going out against Syracuse, high level SEC football. Still wasn't enough today. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's the series. Let's go to the phones. We'll get as many people in here as humanly possible. If you want to get in with us, 865-200-5402. It's Garza Law, 5th Quarter Fan Reaction, presented by Marcos Garza, your Garza Law Firm. That was a crushing, stunning, killer lost. Tennessee kicking at the end of the game, 37-yard field goal to win the game. How long was the field goal, Brad? It wasn't 37. It was longer than that.
It was 42. They had
42.
Start that backed him up, and it was 40, and
it was going to be 37.
That's you're kicking overtime.
Hey, Brian, you're skipping around. You need to renegotiate yourself. Let me go to the phones, and we'll get Bry back in here when he gets back in. It was going to be 37. That's right. Just a crushing defeat. And listen, I tip my cap to the Stockton guy. Both quarterbacks were excellent today. Stockton made the play on fourth down. I tip my cap to them. Heupel's got to be more aggressive in the moment. Heupel can't take his foot off the gas in the second quarter. Heupel's got to go for it at midfield in the second quarter. It's 4th and 2. I mean, your whole style of football is predicated on you pressuring people. Well, damn it, pressure them. Pressure them. If that's your whole style of football, then pressure them. I mean, that was painful. And look, we're all beat up. I get it. I really appreciate how well our team played today. I really do. Hello and welcome in. We had a real opportunity, but we couldn't get home with it. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hi, Tony. This is Tina.
Hey, Tina, welcome in.
I'm in New Jersey tonight, and I think they played their hearts out. I do blame Heupel for that loss. What were we doing on that third down where we got the procedure call? I don't understand why we weren't doing something other than trying to get to the middle of the field or something. I didn't understand that at all. And like you said, in the second quarter, he basically took his foot off the gas.
He did take his foot off the gas. No, he did take his foot off the gas, Tina, and that's just not his personality. I mean, that was some Butch Jones-esque stuff that we saw tonight out of him. And quite frankly, that's just not who this guy is. I mean, everything's predicated on going faster. Everything's predicated on going faster. And you had him. You had him on the ropes. We quit using the play-action pass at points of the game, and then they brought it back in the third quarter, and guess what? They had a couple deep passes. Right there at the end of the quarter, right there at the beginning of the fourth quarter. I mean, throw the thing downfield. You know, Brian's right. We saw some things tonight that we all now know we have a legitimate SEC football team. You can say that now after tonight. Joey Aguilar belongs in the Southeastern Conference. I didn't know whether he did before tonight. I didn't know whether he knew before tonight.
I was very impressed with him.
Very.
And we've got a great quarterback.
Yep.
And like you said, the defense is all bummed up. And
yep.
I just think they played their hearts out. They did what they could, but
yep.
I think Heupel just blew it.
He let him down. Yeah, and he's been very good here. Hi, Tina, thank you for the call. Have a great trip up there in New Jersey. Presented by Marcos Garza, your Garza Law firm. Online at garzalaw.com. I'll be reading some of the super chatters later on. Folks are all tore up. If you want to watch us over at YouTube, folks are all tore up in the comments there. Obviously, folks all around the world are going to be tore up at this thing. I mean, you know what it is. It's a golden opportunity. And I love this coach, but he's got to be better. He's just got to be better in the moment than he was tonight. Just got to be better. And I love him. I come here with a spirit of appreciation for how they played that game tonight, what they look like tonight. Their defense is all beat to hell again, and they're doing what they can. And, geez, they had a great chance to win the game. Presented by Marcos Garza, your Garza Law firm. Whether it's DUI defense, criminal defense, personal injury, Social Security disability. Look, these are folks who are going to treat you like family. These are folks going to take care of you. These are folks I've been so proud to talk about, represent down through the years. And they're such great supporters of what we do and great supporters of so many great things in our community, like our Amachi Tailgate, our friends over at Fish Hospitality Pantry, feeding thousands and thousands of people. Marcos steps up for tons of people without saying a word about it. He's a good man. And Marcos, if you're listening, we should have won this damn game, you clown. Let's go to the phones. 865-200-5402. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, guys, Dave.
Hey, Dave. Not like you to call at a time like this, but that was a tough one, buddy.
Now, I have no idea. It was 3rd and 7. He ran the ball. It's 3rd and 7. You're already in field goal range.
Yep.
Your quarterback has not been sacked all day.
Yep.
Why are you not throwing the ball down the field?
Laura.
You never. I'm going to tell you this. Even though it's a 42-yard field, you want to go. You want to get as close to that goal line as possible, because when the shorter the field goal, you can miss it and still get it through the uprights. But when you get it out plus 40 yards, you get what happens.
Well, it was 37, and from 37, that kick's probably good, you know? From 37, that kick's probably good. I mean, that's the reality of it. But that 5-yard penalty on Umaroff moved the ball back, and he went ahead and kicked it on that down. There's people in the comments saying, why did he pull Star Thomas out of the game? Great question. Because I wouldn't have at midfield there in that drive. To me, I'm trying to score in that drive. If it's me, I'm trying to score a touchdown there.
Well, here's another thing, Tony. We're up 38-30.
Yep.
And he's got his starting defensive line on the sideline.
Well, they rotate all day. That's just what they do, man.
Well,
I mean, nobody was complaining when Herring was a whirling dervish and wreaking all kinds of havoc, and several other guys, because they rotate and keep guys fresh. I mean, that's what they do. It's how they play. I don't mind. I mean, what happened defensively today, to me, is pretty predictable. They picked on a kid. They pulled our safeties around like they always do. They got our linebackers. The go-ahead touchdown at the beginning of the third quarter when they ran the ball 12 out of 13 times. Dave, there were two spots in that drive where they were in 3rd and 4 situations, and we took our linebackers off the field and went like nickel and dime, and they ran right at us. They basically said, if you're going to do that, we're going to go down the field and score without throwing a pass. I mean, look, I thought that Heupel, there were parts of today that the coaching staff had a good day, and there were parts of today where they were not good at all. And at the end result, these SEC games are judged on whether or not you win, and they weren't good enough today. Him and his coaching staff were not good enough today. His kids were, but they weren't.
I just don't know what to make of this game.
I know.
I mean that line. I didn't know what to make of that 3.5 point line. Well, guess what? I guess Vegas knew something. I
agree.
Not that I bet on the game, but I thought when they went ahead 24-21, I thought we were done.
So did
because
I.
They basically that opening drive.
Yep.
Coming out of halftime.
Yep.
They did not throw the ball one time. They ran it right down our throat.
We gave them light boxes twice, and they said, you're going to do that for us. We're going to run the ball. We're not even going to pretend to throw the ball. And for us to make a play down the field, 2 of them with the passing play, once we decided to go back to a little bit of tempo, which we, for some reason, went away from in the second quarter. And again, I hate to second-guess somebody who literally threw, and I'm talking about this Heupel and his coordinator, and to some extent Joey Football, they had a perfect quarter of football. Like, if you look at the numbers, that's never happened, what Tennessee did in the first quarter. But they had a 2-touchdown lead in the game, and then they just took their foot off the gas. It was so strange. I mean, this whole, what are you doing? I mean, what are we afraid of? What are we afraid of here?
At one point, Georgia scored 20 straight points.
That's right. When you let them grow into the game they're going to, and you quit attacking them. Sure they are.
If he could have made that field goal.
Yep.
I'm not going to put it on him.
No.
I'm going to put it on that coaching staff. What that game would have allowed us to, if we could have got that, it would have given us some breathing room to mess up on. In other words, you understand what I'm saying? It gives you, it makes your path to 10-2 look pretty good.
That's what this league's about, man. When you get opportunities and somebody gives you a crack of light like Georgia did today, Dave, you got to walk through the door. And we just weren't able to do it. And I appreciate the call. Thank you. But he's right. That's a mystifying football game. Brian, that game felt like, it took like 4 hours to play. It felt like it took 4 days to play. That first quarter, Brian, is so long ago, I don't even remember it.
Well, if they could score 21 points every quarter, I'd take an hour, quarter long,
Absolutely.
I don't mind if it takes that long if you get 21 points. But the second quarter was just, I don't know what's going on.
Took the foot off the gas.
It's just a shame. It really is a shame for the kids that they did not win that game.
I agree. Well put. It's a shame for the kids. Because at the end of all of it, as Florida takes a 3-0 lead over LSU, that was one of my picks of the week. Florida goes down there and wins tonight. We'll watch along on that one and some of the other action. The truth is, Tennessee is very much in the thick of this Southeastern Conference. Georgia should have lost today. That Georgia team we saw, that's not an elite Georgia team that we've seen in years past. Now, they got a couple playmakers. Obviously, they went out and did some work in the portal, but so did Tennessee. Because this Aguilar guy, Brian, tonight we should be celebrating him. That field goal should have been good. We should be on here talking about his 371-yard pass performance, his 24 of 36, his 2 gutty, courageous passes that he threw late in the game that broke the game open, including the Brazil where he goes up and makes an adjustment on a ball and shows incredible ball skills. He had a hell of a game today.
This is the Brazil we've been hoping to see for all year, ever since he got here. That's the Chris Brazil that we thought we were getting.
3 touchdowns, but that was one incredible adjustment. But I don't want to put it this way, but this is the way it is. It's all just kind of washed away. You got
it. Their defensive backs were struggling to keep up with him.
Yep.
And you got to keep picking on them. You can't just quit picking on them.
Agree. They didn't quit picking on our freshman, Bri. They went after him time and time again. But we'll go back to our phones at 865-200-5402. I'm kind of in shock that just happened, but not really. And neither are you. But it was shocking the way that it unfolded. Because like Dave said, when Georgia took that lead, if we were all in Vol Nation sitting in a room together, we all would have looked at each other and said, oh, God, here it comes again. Because that sort of was my mentality. I jump on during the real games. Not last week, during the real games. Not next week, during the real games. I jump on and do a halftime over on our YouTube page. And I'm on there saying, hey, look, man, you got to keep your foot on the gas. You took your foot off the gas in the second quarter. You got to be you. And by the way, you can't on 4th and 2 not go. It's your game. This is who you are, man. This is who you are. You're in your building. That crowd was insane today. I don't know. Let's go back to our TLD Logistics phone lines or online at tldlogistics.com. And TLD Logistics Jim Peters texted me and said, why aren't we trying to win? And I said, and I love our coach. I'm for him. I love him. I admire him and respect him so much. It's incredible. I like him enough to criticize him. What were we doing? It was winning time. Your kids performed. Got to win that game. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, Greg here, buddy.
Hey, Greg, welcome in.
I wish I was calling for a different reason, but as I said on your show a couple of times the last week, I guess, maybe before that as well, I questioned Heupel for pulling backs out of the game when they're beginning to get acclimated to running the ball. Starr, where in the hell was he at there at the end? Unbelievable. And
the way he was hitting that hole, and getting in their second level, and they get him off the field there, that made no sense to me.
Starr was getting to the edge, and he was gaining yards around the edge.
No doubt.
We ran the ball up the middle, and you know it like I do. We're always bitching about our coaches running the ball up the middle. Well, they couldn't make a lot there. And look what Georgia did to win the game. Off the edge to the 1 yard line. I'm done with Heupel.
Say that again?
I'm done with Heupel. Proved to me.
Define what that means.
He don't know how to coach a tough game.
No, Greg, you can't.
They showed him on the sideline
a
couple of times.
You can't mean that. Come on, man.
Hey, listen. Yeah. They showed him 2 or 3 times, and Georgia was making great plays.
Right.
And his face looked like, I don't know what, I don't know what it looked like. Looked to me like, I don't know what the hell to do, type of look.
I mean, Greg,
I apologize to the offensive guys of this game tonight.
How about that Aguilar guy tonight, man? They told me this Aguilar guy couldn't play. How about this freaking guy tonight against an elite team in the SEC?
Proud.
I am so proud of him. I am so unbelievably proud of him. I'm really proud of this whole team. They should have won the game, Greg. Hey, the defenders a couple times held these guys to field goals. Our head coach let these guys down today. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Now, I'm not going to go where you're going. I'm not done with him because I appreciate him. But I get why somebody like you is as upset as you are.
Well, he's on my list.
You don't mean it.
Prove to me from now on out.
Oh, you don't mean that.
But the thing about it is, Tony.
Yeah.
Like you've already said tonight, and everybody saw it. He slowed down.
He did.
In the second quarter.
Foot off the gas.
What the hell?
I don't know. Brian, explain that to me. Why was the foot off the gas in the second quarter, Bri? And why'd they quit using play action, Bri? What was that about?
I don't know where Kitzelman was. I don't know where some of the screens you thought they would continue to use were. I don't know if Georgia made some adjustments, if that maybe they found something and took it away. But Kirby Smart showed why he's won 2 national championships. He's had to win games like that in spots.
Yep.
Even though they can just pretty much run people over.
Yep.
And I'd have to say he probably outcoached Heupel tonight. He had to outcoach Heupel for a change. And he did.
Well, you know what, guys?
Yeah, he sure did.
You're only as good as your other coaches on the team. And Kirby's got some great coaches helping him out.
Yep.
But the thing about it was, the second interception our quarterback had, our receiver slipped. The ball was right there where he was going to be. I mean, these guys have got to take this a little more serious in my book. You're talking about bringing guys in all the time, switching guys in and out, having a whole group of 4 or 5 guys come in at one time. I was thinking back, the 1990s, did L. Wilson ever come out of a ball game? Hell no. That's just an excuse. The guys need to stay out there. They need to learn to stay out there the entire freaking game, and I wouldn't replace 4 or 5 at a time, maybe 1 at a time, but 4 or 5 at a time, I think that's a bad idea.
Thank you, Greg. It's modern college football. It's the way it is. 865-200-5402.
Well, the game has changed. You run more plays now than you did, and there's more offenses. The offenses have changed. You could have done that in 1985.
That's right.
But the game's changed today.
Totally different game now. Tennessee thoroughly outplayed that team. You know, the thought was, I said at halftime, if the Vols come up with the key turnover in the second half, they'll win the game. They did exactly that. And I thought they needed 2. But as it was, they had the winning field goal from 42 yards on their feet. And look, that's why I'm not going to kill this head coach. But he didn't have a good night tonight. He didn't have a good night. There's a lot of season left. Now and we'll talk about this as the show unfolds, but there's this league this year, you continue to watch these results, and you watch what Georgia Tech did with Clemson today. Every game you play in this transfer portal era, when you're playing pretty good teams, every game's going to be in reach. You better sharpen your pencil. Okay? I can promise you that Georgia was shocked that Tennessee was hitting those deep balls because there's no more Nico here. When you have credible quarterback play, Tennessee has credible quarterback play. Georgia Tech has credible quarterback play. The guy at Mississippi State's pretty good. The guy at Arkansas is pretty good. The guy at Vanderbilt's pretty good. I mean, a takeaway here for me is Tennessee belongs on that stage. The question is how many other teams do? Because this league's really deep. It's really deep, and I'm not sure until we get our frontline defenders back, and who knows when that's going to be. Because I understand that one of them is a pectoral muscle, and the other one, you know, we want robo-science. They're going to pick on our guys on the corners. They just are. Let's go to the phones. And we'll get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You're on the air. Hi.
Tony, what's up?
Hey, welcome in.
Sam.
Hey, Sam.
You know, last night, Joe Kurt's squad,
Yep.
you know, your heart was ripped out. And then the same thing happened tonight. But for Greg to call in and say I'm done with like, you know, several years ago, we were getting beaten by these teams by 50 points, and we were, you know, hoping to beat Vanderbilt. I mean, this guy has beaten Alabama twice. He's beaten Florida. I mean, to say something like that is just stupid.
No, you can criticize him, but Greg's not. Greg's just, you know, people are going to say this emotional stuff tonight.
Well, yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, that's fine.
And there's some stuff to be, you know,
Yep.
Critical of for sure.
Yep.
We do have the number one ladies soccer team. Yeah, we won't be ranked number one anymore.
Yep.
Our basketball team, you know, is at the top of the world or the country, you know, every year. Georgia is a football power right now. Kirby won back-to-back national titles. Like, they have NFL players all up and down
over the place.
The field.
Yes.
And Zachariah Branch, you know, I have numerous family members, friends, Georgia. They're huge Georgia fans. They said, this guy's legit.
Yep.
You'll know his name after tonight. And he's a player. And Gunner made an amazing throw. Like, at the end, you know, we fought. I mean, and we came out on the bottom. But for, you know, that was an amazing football game.
Incredible.
My question was, at the end, if you get the false start, like, just run it again, because it was the same amount of time.
Yes.
He had planned on running the ball with 7 seconds before the false start.
Right.
And then just run it again, and then call timeout, run it again to the middle, and get a straightaway kick, and then kick it.
Yes.
And, you know, there's stuff to criticize him about, but let's not forget, like, we are a heavyweight now. Heupel has made us a heavyweight again. This is heavyweight football. Like,
agree.
In years past,
well put.
Yes, in years past, it's been a heavyweight fight, and we've come out in the early rounds and put up a fight, and then it got to the later rounds, and we were pushed around and embarrassed, basically.
Yes.
Tonight, we opened the rounds, made some punches, took some punches, and threw more punches in the later rounds, and we were right there at the end. And we should have won the game, and, you know, it didn't turn out that way. But I'll tell you right now, Heupel and Joe Kurt's teams will be back and will battle for a championship. I said at the beginning of the season we would lose one game, and you know what? That's still on the table because
no question.
This is the
question.
This is the first SEC game, and on the way out, Tony, let me just say, you know, this country is so messed up, and there was mention of it, you know, on game day today. You know, about sport and everybody coming together.
Yep.
And, you know, Matt, I know, and yeah, I'm not a big McAfee fan, but I've watched College Game Day all my life.
Yep.
And that scene today out with the Vol Navy, it doesn't get any better.
No.
And thank God.
No, it doesn't get any better.
Thank God for Candace Parker.
Gosh, she was awesome today, dude.
She's an absolute.
She was so
legend.
Next level, dude.
We were so lucky to have her as an alumni.
She was so great today.
Smart,
so funny,
educated, amazing black woman, and you know the Reggie Whites of the world, and the Peyton Mannings, and the T. Martins, and you know Charles Davis. I mean, you could go on and on. So that scene down there today, it just doesn't get any better.
And Sammy, thank you. Those kids that were chanting, doing the war chant when Alabama's coach was trying to speak and they drowned him out. I mean, you all got my vote because that's some of the greatest stuff I've ever seen in my life. They're trying to interview the guy. We won. Our crowd won today. Josh Heupel on himself today. Give Georgia credit for making the plays at the end. You need to win games like this. Really proud of my guys. I'm really proud of the way they competed. Coaches and players, we all need to be a little bit better to win this game. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. On Joey football, Josh Heupel says the following. As Florida throws an interception, leading 3-0 and driving in LSU territory. Came out, played within himself early. Made some big plays. When it wasn't going good, had a super calm demeanor. There's a lot to love there. Josh Heupel on, if he wished he could have changed his play calling after Gunnar Stockton's fourth quarter fumble. Yeah, you could definitely say that. Hey, nobody in the room is more competitive than that guy is. He knows he blew it. Now, it doesn't stop me from being critical because that's what we do. But nobody is. So if you're one of these people that thinks, well, you can't criticize a coach, sure you can. They make $10 million. You can criticize them. I'm pretty respectful with it over here. But if you're going to have a pedal to the metal program, take your pedal and put it to the metal. You don't have that kid that's at UCLA now, that loser, quarterbacking you. You got a kid that's going to give you a chance to win. But you got to go for the jugular when you get there. You got to go for the jugular in the moment. You just do. That kid was going to win today. That kid was going to win the game today. And people were saying, well, the kicker missed a kick. You shouldn't be in that spot. I mean, come on. You get a turnover in their territory. What do you do with a turn? Hey, Bri, when your team causes a strip sack, okay, and you recover a ball there at the 41-yard line, what do you do with the ball, Bri? What's your next play, Bri?
The first play, I throw it into the end zone.
Okay,
and
hello.
Let the crowd just send the crowd into a frenzy. Go up 2 scores, and the game's over.
From time immemorial, that's what we've done. From time immemorial, that's what we've done. Everybody does that. Our guy is Mr. Superfast, and he's not going to do it in that spot? And people are getting mad at me.
I don't want to hear the fact that it was a false start and it was 1st and 15.
I mean, okay, then you throw it up again. Let's go to the phones. Hello and welcome in. You're on our Garza Law 5th quarter fan reaction. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Tony, it's Rusty.
Hey, Rusty.
This is bitter as all hell.
It's brutal, isn't it, man?
It is. But let me say this. Josh Heupel just took a quarterback who got on campus not too long ago and put up 400 yards of passing and 4 touchdowns. Josh Heupel put us in a situation that we would have all taken before the game started, which is having a chip shot field goal to win it in a walk-off fashion. We all would have signed up for that. Every one of us would have signed up for that in April when the kid went to the West Coast. Every one of us.
Okay. So he didn't take he didn't take his foot off the gas today?
Well, running the football isn't necessarily taking your foot off the gas. Georgia's first touchdown drive to start the second half, they ran it 11 out of 12 plays. Running the football isn't taking your foot off the gas. You just got to run the football and have success with it. We didn't. I would have liked to have went for the jugular there, but you're trying to pound the rock and milk and run some clock and run down their throat like Georgia did to us on that first drive. It's not giving up.
How about the fourth? Go ahead. The 4th and 2 from midfield. Now, please don't defend that to me. Please don't.
What was the 4th and 2 from midfield?
At the end of 8 minutes to go in the first half, Georgia's back in the game. They've scored.
And they called a timeout. And they called a timeout,
and we come out and punt the ball instead of being ourselves.
But we did pin them and make them punt back to us on that. We pin them on like the 3-yard line, and they ended up punting back to us.
I don't understand it.
I'm with you. I would have went on that 4th and 2, but we were going for it because we had them in their dime.
Yes.
Because it was 3rd and 7. We got it to 2, and we were like, we hurried up so they couldn't sub, and then they were smart, called timeout to get their big package on the field. And when they did that, I kind of get it. The only play calling or the play coaching that I have a beef with today is on the 4th and 6 touchdown pass when we were up 8.
Oh.
Tim Banks going with a 0 blitz with neither one of your starting corners on a 4th and 6 and putting the freshman one-on-one. That's the only thing I had a beef with. That's a play call that never should have been made. You make Gunnar Stockton read a defense against coverage, and you don't give him one-on-ones across the board and try to get to him before he throws it. Just a terrible play call.
How about,
outside of that?
Hey, Rusty, how about Georgia gets the lead, right?
Yeah.
How about Georgia gets the lead, and they go 0 defense on us and let us throw the ball over them again?
I know. They did.
What are these guys doing? They make all this money for this. What are we doing here?
Hey.
It was mystifying today. Yeah.
Chris Brazzell. Chris Brazzell.
He went crazy today.
He might be a good football player. We might have a good football team.
No question.
And we might just go to Atlanta and go to the playoffs, even though today stings. So let's all just get on board and go win these next 9 ball games. Because we could beat everybody. We went against the most talented team in the country on paper, and we went toe-to-toe with them, and we were the team that in regulation were kicking a chip shot field goal to win in. It just went wide. It sucks so bad. Bobby Bowden can tell us all about it. It hurts. It stings. But we played with as good as anybody we're going to play all year, and we're right there. Another complaint, we didn't run the ball enough. They had triple the carries we did today.
That was their game. I mean, you knew that, though.
Yeah, of course it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we're down 2 corners and a starting defensive tackle.
Yes.
We're fine. We're good. We can play with anybody. Everybody lock in and get on board. We're going to the damn playoffs.
Uh-oh.
GBF and O.
Rusty, I love it. I think this season's going to be a really, really challenging one. Matt Dixon, jump on in here. I think anything can happen here. This thing's going to get very challenging. But they had a golden opportunity to start the season 3-0 with a signature win. Matt, your thoughts on what we witnessed, then we go back to our phones.
Yeah, just a really gut check loss. I mean, I don't know what y'all have said, but you had a 43-yard field goal to win the game.
Yes.
We all would have taken that at any point, in the off season, this week. We all would have taken that.
Yes.
And you just missed it and you lost it. You scored 38 points in regulation against Georgia's defense. That should have been enough to beat a guy making his first ever start on the road. That should have been enough. And your defense made some plays there late to get you a lead, but they also gave up some just killer plays. The fourth down one to tie it was obviously the worst, but I mean, you just lost to maybe the best team in the SEC, one of maybe the best program in college football over the last 5 or 10 years. It sucked.
I totally feel you. John's having mute issues. I gotta reach over here. How do you mute somebody, sweetie, on this thing? I mean, good gosh, John.
Mute the LSU game.
Interesting. He's got it cranked up. Hey, Matt. Here's where I'm at. I opened the show, and I very much appreciate how hard Tennessee played today and what they look like. And I very much appreciate that the defense is all beat up. And I appreciate everything this coach has done. But, man, there was some stuff in that game that I think if he had a chance to do back, he would do differently. And I think it kind of hurt us, Matt. I think there was some stuff in that.
A lot of things Kirby would like to have back, too.
Kirby didn't have a great day either.
That's what college football is about. Both of those guys are two of the great coaches. Not every decision they make is going to work. Sometimes the wrong decision, actually, you get a good result out of it. That's just kind of how the game's played. They just unfortunately Tennessee had just a killer false start, and then you missed the field goal that you wound up making 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
Stacey, that sucks.
I want to read. Stacy Lewis says, "How can you say we didn't have a good night tonight? We scored 38 points in regulation, one of the best defensive minds in the game." Come on, man. I never said we didn't have a good night. I've never said that. I said that's a game we should have won. You're in a different. You and I are on different pages here, big boy. And don't put words in my mouth. I did not say we didn't. I think tonight's game is indicative of you're in a real competitive spot, like Rusty said. Now, here's why I'm not going to proclaim us going to the playoffs, because this league, from top to bottom, is very difficult. LSU's learning that right now. This league's difficult. You don't just show up in this league and just beat people. This league's difficult. But let's go to before we get our phones in here, I want to bring John Adams in and get his thoughts, and then we'll go back to our phones. VIP play. Full slate of NFL games tomorrow. You can claim your VIP play welcome bonus. Your first bet, $5 or more. You get $100 in bonus bets instantly. The promo code is TNTony. Again, TNTony. And, man, I was feeling pretty good at the end of the game because we were getting ready to go 3 for 3. Because I had an over. I had the line. I had a first half over. And I was getting ready to hit another parlay for folks that, shall we say, partook. But I'm sorry to let you down. Plus, over at VIP Play, full UFC card this weekend. Major League Baseball playoffs right around the corner. Full NFL card tomorrow. Some late night action tonight while you're listening to us. 200 leagues live all around the world. Numerous bet types, props, options. VIP Play, where everybody gets treated like a VIP. John, in my mind, I wish we were a little more aggressive in tonight's game. That's all. That's where I'm at. And by the way, gambling problem, 800-889-9789, 21 and over. located in the great state of Tennessee to place a bet. John, your thoughts on what we witnessed?
Well, first of all, I can't remember ever seeing I guess Alabama did it some early in the season last year against Georgia, but rarely do you see an offense make Kirby Smart's defense look that inept, and Tennessee did that in the first quarter, building a 21-7 lead, made so many big plays in the passing game. I guess, I try to look at it from both sides, and I thought Tennessee played really well overall. But Georgia is a championship program for a reason. And Kirby Smart is kind of regarded as the number one coach in the country for a reason. And they find ways to win. I don't know many teams that could have handled that early onslaught from Tennessee. I mean, those guys were all back on their heels. They looked lost, hopelessly lost. But just hung in there, kept coming back. And I thought both quarterbacks made so many big plays. These are quarterbacks that a lot of people understandably have doubts about. Everybody downplays Gunnar Stockton's talent. But my gosh, that tying drive, when he hit that touchdown pass and then they come back and make the 2-point conversion, I give Georgia a lot of credit for winning this game. Tennessee had a lot of chances, and I think that's how I'm already getting emails about it, that Tennessee kind of blew it, that was their chance. But Georgia still owns this series. You just and they found a way to win again.
Thank God we're going to quit playing it next year. Let's go back to our phones. I'm glad to get off these guys for a while. Let's get our next call in. You're on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hey, Tommy, it's Jerry from Vols Georgia. How's it going?
Hey, man, I can barely hear you. I'm going to put you on hold and try somebody else. You stay there. Hopefully you get in a better zone. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, it's Randy from Altamont.
Hey, Randy, welcome in.
Hey, I know we got beat tonight, but it was fun watching this game, Tony.
Oh, it was a great football game. Are you kidding? Amen, man.
I hollered, I screamed, I jumped, and everything. And it's been, and it just proves that they have not figured out Heupel's offense. He's made adjustments to make us go again.
Yes.
And yes. And we've got, people don't understand, we are banged up bad on defense. I knew this before we went into the game. And Banks, we don't ever need a blitz again against a good team. We do not need a blitz. Our linebackers are, they're lost. And that's that was my biggest problem about Banks. I understand, what does Banks do? He can't blitz. He's got a true freshman corner. Picked on him all day long. And it's just, he's kind of tied up over our safeties that are just average. But
so all that said, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah,
like all that said, what are you supposed to do?
Rush forward and hope they get there.
Yes,
that's what you got to do, Tony.
Well,
and you look out there and you got true freshman defensive linemen running out there. They're not men yet. They're still learning. And
let me ask Matt that. Matt, do you agree with him? Do you agree with Randy and Altamont? We should be blitzing in that game. Because I don't.
I thought we blitzed way too much on third and fourth downs in those key spots where they were very successful with, whether it's like the quarterback, the draws, the little quick screens. I thought especially on the key third and fourth downs, I thought we probably blitzed a little too much. But again, that last year the issue we had last year was we didn't get enough pressure, so you kind of overcorrected a little bit.
Yeah.
But I thought you brought a little too many guys at times with the young corners that obviously were struggling.
And they went right at him. I'll give Georgia credit. Look, we score. Their first plays right over Redmond. And who, by the way, had pretty good coverage. Pretty good coverage on the play. And, Randy, the fourth down somebody talked about before, that is one hell of a great throw by Stockton. 4th and 6, and that catch on the back end of that, I mean, that is an all-world play by Georgia.
When he let it go, I There for that split second, I was happy he was throwing it deep.
Yes, me too. I thought, what are they doing? Yes.
Yes, instead of throwing some little slant that's wide open.
Yes.
And somebody, yes. I was like, yes, and the next thing, no. That's the way it goes. But Hyper, he did do some stuff that scratched your head a little bit, okay?
Sure.
But he coached good enough to win this ball game and still can get better.
Obviously, you had a field goal, on a kid's leg, and I don't blame the kid for that either. Because, at the end of the day, that Gilbert kid's been very good, and I hope against hope he doesn't take this loss and, internalize it.
Well, he come back and made the field goal in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
It's good for him. Mm-hmm. But, Tony, we have seen some bad coaches up there. I'm talking about Wilderness, going for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate Heupel. Appreciate what we got.
Thank you, brother. I very much appreciate him.
Bye, Tom.
Thank you. Good talking to you. Randy and Altamont have spoken. See, you were at the game. Your observations, then we go back to our phones. Unmute yourself. Or I'll just go back and, let me just go back to the phones. Brian Hartman, what is the T3 TD of the game presented by our friends at T3 Vodka? Brian, think about that. Because you will score a touchdown every time. Tennessee's premium vodka, handcrafted with passion, precision, and tremendous pride. The Volunteer State has been taken by storm by T3 Vodka. Handcrafted in the majesty of the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. Look, quality around here is not just a way of life. It is a promise. Filtered 10 times, 80 proof. T3 Vodka delivers a smoothness unmatched. Dedication to excellence. So many tremendous accolades have already come T3's way, including 5-time gold medal winning vodka, 2025 SIPS Consumer Choice Award medal winner. See what the hype is about and believe the hype. Believe the hype. Kind of like with Joey Football. Believe the hype. Your choice for premium award-winning vodka experience T3. Score a T3 TD. Ask for it by name at your restaurant or your wine or your liquor store. T3 Vodka, distributed by Athens Distributing. And please drink responsibly. Brian, what's the T3 TD of the game?
Well, I'm going to go to the first quarter in a 7-7 game. Georgia had just tied the score after Tennessee took the early lead.
Yep.
And in 2 plays, 75 yards, a 72-yard touchdown from Aguilar to Chris Brazel, his first of 3 on the day, where he made a catch. He fought for a ball one-on-one. He made the catch, and it kind of reminded me of Jalen High a little bit against Georgia. I thought he was going to have that type of day.
Yes.
And it gave Tennessee a lead that they had for most of the game. And I think that sort of signaled that, we can play with these guys.
Brian, you make a great point. Did y'all have that thought, and then we'll go back to our phones? I think that's why I'm so kind of bummed out right now on the air and maybe not taking this thing well. When you have the 2 quick scores late in the third, early in the fourth, Matt, it feels like the Alabama game. Except we didn't get home this time. We didn't get it done.
Yeah, well, we got it done against Bama because they missed the field goal and gave us time, and then we hit 2 pass plays and kicked a long field goal to win that one. So, but no, it's frustrating. It's just really disappointing. You did just about everything you could have done to win the game, except you just wound up not winning it.
Yep.
And you lost to again, the best program in the country, and that's what sucks. You really, really should have won. There's probably not any other program that wins that game today after that first quarter onslaught.
John, he's got a good point. This Aguilar guy, we all wondered, can he play on that stage? There is very little doubt he can play on that stage. Very little doubt.
If he wins that game, and this isn't hyperbole, if Tennessee wins that game, you're talking about Aguilar's a legitimate Heisman candidate because of what he did not just against a really good team, but against a team known for defense, that very few quarterbacks go out and just carve up the way he did. One of the things that stood out to me, I'm looking back, and I'll be curious in how you guys view this, but going back to last year, I talked about Tennessee's receivers just aren't good enough. Offensive tackles, they let you down constantly last year, particularly early in the season when Lance Hurd was struggling. So I'm doing all that, but when I watched that game today, I'm thinking the quarterback makes the difference. This offense, and you guys mentioned it earlier, we're starting to think that teams have caught up with what Heupel does offensively. Maybe they have a little bit, but when he has a quarterback can really run this offense, how devastatingly potent it can be, and it wasn't like that the past 2 years. Joe Milton, strong arm, he's a backup in the NFL, maybe there a while. Nico Yamaleava, despite what happened Friday night, he's got some talent, but they weren't as good or weren't nearly as adept at running this offense, never looked as comfortable in it as Aguilar did. So now when I look back and I think, well, maybe the receivers weren't that lacking last year. Maybe if Joey Aguilar would have been the quarterback, the offense would have been more competent. And that's what I came away from this. This guy is a really, really good quarterback. And even though Tennessee lost, that bodes well going for the rest of the season. I would bet on Tennessee making the playoff, even after losing that game today.
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Seth from Chattanooga.
Hey, welcome in. Great to talk to you.
Yeah, first of all, prayers to the Kirk family. He was an absolute legend for free speech. But second of all, I want to talk about the game. I think, obviously every coach is going to regret some decisions. I will say that I thought the last drive of the game was played beautifully. Georgia having 3 timeouts left, 2 minutes left. Playing for the field goal was the right call. We just couldn't get the field goal at the end. And it felt like they were going to win in overtime at that point. We just couldn't stop the running game anyways. And so I honestly felt like, this is the best game over the 5 years. Yeah, we should have won that game.
It was, yeah.
But we haven't played close any of the other 4 years. I know last year was close by the score, but it really wasn't on the field. And so I thought I was watching a 10-2 Tennessee or an 11-1 Tennessee if they can improve on defense a little bit.
So what's your read on this? Because I look at it and I go, man, secondary's beat up. Mississippi State game's going to be a challenge. I'm of that mindset. You don't want to take one of these losses, and of course you get a game next week, get a chance to win. But that was a highly physical football game we just played, and we got to get some players back here, or I'm very.
I think that's key. I think you're saying it. That's the key point.
I'm very concerned about that. Yes.
That's the key point, and I just don't think there's going to be a team that's going to be able to beat us in Neyland that's not named Georgia. So I'm counting on that, and then we're probably going to have another tough game against Oklahoma. But I'm hoping that they don't have the Georgia magic there, and we can win there. And we have to get the Florida monkey off our backs and go into the swamp. I've been there 9 straight years, and decided I'm not going another year watching it.
Not doing that to yourself this year.
Not doing that to myself this year.
Gonna let somebody else bear the brunt of it this time.
Yeah, I think we'll win. I hope we win, but I will not be there for this time.
There you go. Thank you, my man.
All right, thanks, Tony.
Hey, great talking to you. I kind of echo his sentiments that so much good stuff happened. Matt, my thing is, if you're that close to beating these guys, beat them. That's the thing that's kind of painful about it.
Yeah. Make a field goal or stop them on 4th and 7. Yeah, and you win the game. You got a couple of chances, and they made championship plays to beat you. It sucks.
They go from 35 to 30 up to 42-30 up.
I tell you this, guys, that was one hell of a catch and one great throw Stockton made. Again, this whole thing about people that believe what they see in the first 2 games from Georgia every year, Not me. Not I. Because now you know. Now you know what you know. You know Tennessee can play. You know, we know Georgia's gold standardy. I don't know about their pass defense. I don't know what happens to them the rest of the year. I don't think there's any sure things in this league right now. This Texas team, this Arch Manning guy can't play. I mean, he's not very good. They're not even doing it against air. They're playing these air teams right now. He's not even doing it against the air teams. LSU's going to be in a dogfight with Florida tonight. We knew that. We knew that. I mean, this league, this is not the Big Ten. There are no off weeks in this thing. As we go back to our phones on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air. Hi. Try this again. Hello, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Hey, it's Eric. I'm living in Georgia, so I'm going to hear about this for
my gosh,
for the next year. But, did we give the game away? Absolutely. Was the game better than anybody anticipated it would be? It was, in my opinion, the best college football game that I've seen in a long time, no matter who the teams were. And I got to give Heupel credit because at the end, I thought he managed the clock really well. And I'm not going to blame the kicker because when you take a step back, can we talk about the third and longs? I mean, we allowed Syracuse a number of them. We allowed Georgia a number of them. And God forbid they get a fourth. We allow that way too much, and we have historically done that. Can we touch on that a little bit?
No, you're exactly right about that. When you add the caveat of that happening several years here, yeah, it is like a Tennessee tradition. We used to have something called third and Chavis in our fan base, which I'm not sure how fair or unfair that moniker is, but the problem tonight is when you don't have enough bodies in your secondary, you were already down an All-American player. And then you lose Gibson, who's a nice player. And look, our linebackers, we know what Mike Bobo does to them. He turns them into that game of electric football. And they did it tonight. And in this series where they ran the ball 13 out of 14 times, we went with light boxes and got linebackers off the field, and they ran right at us. They said, if you're going to do that, we're just going to run you over. So
because, Tony, there's nobody better, and I hate admitting this, there is nobody better that makes halftime adjustments than Kirby Smart. We see it every time we play him.
Yeah.
And even when we're not playing them, if he gets behind, his halftime adjustments are spot on, and his team always responds to it.
Yeah, he's very good.
So, well, guys, I appreciate it. I still think we're in for a great season this year. I know there's a lot of volunteers that are down. Like I said, I'm going to be putting up with this for the next 365 days, but I'm okay because I think we're a much better team than this loss says. So,
thank you, my man. Well, the loss on paper says that you're right there with Georgia. John, the question is this a Georgia team that's kind of taken a step back? They're not what they were defensively, or are they still an elite team? And only the season will tell us that,
Tony, I don't think Georgia has the star power that it did. And when I say Georgia, I guess Georgia in its prime, back-to-back national titles in 21-22. I think this Georgia team's better than last year's team. I really came away with a very favorable impression of Gunnar Stockton. Yeah, Carson Beck looks better when he throws the ball, but Stockton made plays, man, and that's what it takes. And Joey Aguilar made plays. I don't think you'll see anybody else do what Tennessee did to that defense, and that's why I think Tennessee can be encouraged, not by how the game wound up, and not certainly because you lost. And I'm not talking about moral victories here, but it was the way Tennessee played. There is a lot of talent on that Georgia defense. The secondary is usually good. Maybe it's stepped back a little bit. But KJ Bolden's a heck of a player. He showed that last year as a freshman for Georgia.
How about the design? The design on that second touchdown from Brazil that Brian was talking about, where they sucked Bolden in. No, it was
yeah,
and that was that deep slant. I'm gonna tell you what. If you guys thought Joey Aguilar could throw the ball like that, more power to you. Hey, Matt Dixon, that's one of the prettiest passes that we've seen in Neyland Stadium in a long time. And the design of that play was out of this world. How they had Bolden, they had him completely confused on that play, Matt.
Oh, he had 3 steps off the guy. He just ran right by him from the snap.
Yeah,
so it was actually a little bit of an underthrow, or else he could have caught it in stride. But I guess he had to make it a contested catch. I guess that's just being lazy, which I guess Brazil's known to do. But no, it was a great throw, great design. I mean, you torched him with Brazil. He made 2 contested catches. I believe it was the same guy that he beat on both of them, number 7, and after the second one, they took him out of the game. He never came back in.
And people are asking, well, why does Hyper leave a freshman corner? Here's why you left a freshman corner in the game, because everybody's beat up. We don't have Georgia numbers.
Tony, look at Georgia too,
numbers.
Though. Georgia was playing a true freshman offensive
line.
I
know, yeah. And Tennessee was exploiting that. Yep.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that this is what you get in today's era of college football. You can't stack the quality depth that you did before the transfer portal enabled people to go hither, there, and yon without sitting out a year. So you just can't do that. So you need to rely on freshmen at times to give you depth and sometimes to start. I'm looking forward to seeing Tennessee's freshman offensive tackle play. He's supposed to be their premier recruit, but we're still waiting on.
It is really odd. They've listed as a stinger, John. It's like one of the great mysteries of life. Let's go back to our phones.
A stinger.
That's the word.
I mean,
back to our phones we go. As we get our next call in, you're on Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
What's up, guys? It's Music City Sam.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, I'm going to take a different approach than most people have reacted in the chat and on the calls. I'm very encouraged by this game. The entire season is in front of you. You have 1 loss right now to a Georgia team with a 90-something% blue chip ratio. You're going to catch Florida when they played everyone on their schedule. You're going to catch Oklahoma when they played everyone on the schedule. Everything's in front of you. And if you can put up 41 on Georgia, I don't see anyone else that's going to slow them down. So you can have another loss, and you can still be in a lot of playoff pictures. The offensive, and I hate to I hammered it. I'm going to hammer it again. The offensive line held up, man. They played really well.
You're right. The Umaroff guy played really well, which was one of my concerns. Now, I know he jumped there at the end, but he played, he held up.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I mean, look, they make the kick. We will have our criticisms, and I have my criticisms of Hypo from this game in terms of some of his lack of aggressiveness. Because I think this is an offense you never take your foot off the pedal.
I don't understand that, Sam. I don't get the second quarter at all. I'll never get that for as long as I live. That was when you're going up and down the field on them. So strange the way they managed the second quarter. And where was the play action, which worked all night? I mean, it worked all night. Somebody said, "Well, you got to run the ball, play action." That's not true. Watch NFL football. You got to freeze people, man.
Yeah, the only thing that stopped Tennessee tonight was themselves.
You're right. You're exactly right.
In the overall picture, all right, you finally played Georgia close. You scored 41 on them. That's an upward trajectory in the history of the series.
Yep.
This coaching staff still, for our criticisms, they're on an upward trajectory overall. And a game like today proves that you can play with anyone. Recruits see that. Players see that. Yeah, it's going to sting. We want to win. But I don't know, guys. I just had once we missed the field goal, I thought, yeah, we're probably losing this game. But I had a calming sense that, man, it's just still so much better than it's been. Because, all right, these people that are hypercritical of this program right now, I was in college 2012 through 2016. You want to trade that for right now? More power to you, but I don't want to relive that because it sucked. I didn't even go to games because I knew we were going to lose.
I feel you. You're exactly right. I mean, that atmosphere today in that stadium. Matt, where do you rank it? Atmosphere in the stadium, your lifetime. Top 5? Because that was insane looking on television.
Maybe top 10. I'm not sure if it's top 5. I mean, it got it that way there in the fourth quarter, obviously, but
first
like
quarter was
Florida,
insane.
2015 Oklahoma, 22 Bama would all be considerably better than the crowd tonight. The problem is, as good as the crowd was, it didn't affect Gunnar Stockton or Georgia's offense hardly at all. And that's what you kind of needed. We kind of banked on that being a factor, and unfortunately, it really wasn't.
Strange game, Sam. Strange game.
Give the kid credit, man. He made the 4th and 6th throw.
Hell yes.
Look, he misses that throw. We're not saying anything, but he laid it in there perfect. He did it.
It was excellent quarterback play from both teams is what that was. In a high-level SEC football game. Both guys were excellent, I thought.
I know, but I'm looking at this in the overall picture of the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mississippi State's going to be a hard environment.
Yes.
But if you can put up 41 on Georgia, how are they going to stop you?
A transfer.
You'll put up 51 on them.
There you go. 51 on them, John Scott. I just think all these games are different, man.
Yeah.
I just think this thing's a week-to-week deal. I'm going to enjoy the journey. Watch this team unfold. Watch other teams unfold. This is going to be a compelling season in the SEC. And everybody, when they take the field, is on upset alert when they take the field. And I mean everybody. Us and everybody in all these games. And I really believe that.
I do too. Hey, here's a side question. Do you even play David Sanders at this point with how good the offensive line's played?
I mean, John, the David Sanders thing is, I mean, he's building a mystery right now.
Yeah, he was.
Thank you, Sam.
He was listed as questionable.
I mean, what are we doing? Matt,
I don't know.
It's a great point, Matt. Do you mess with your line right now?
Well, I said during the week that I don't think you change it up for this game, especially. You don't just throw him out there against Georgia. Now, and against UAB, I wouldn't start him for sure, but if you can get him out there and play him, that'd be a good time to kind of introduce him. But that's just a strange deal. A guy that they thought was like questionable, like a game time decision for Syracuse, and here we are 3 weeks later, and he's not playing.
Doesn't make any sense, is what that. And I'm not here to start anything. I don't know anything about it. I mean, we all hear things. I'm not there. I'm not inside his body. Who knows? It's very strange. See, you're back with us. You were at the game today. Your thoughts on what we witnessed? Some people are. Obviously, everybody's bummed out. Some people are mad at the coach. I'm a little mad at him, but I really appreciate where the program is. But I'm a little mad at him. I verbalized it earlier. People don't like me verbalizing it. Where are you, see, on what we witnessed today? Because that was a high-level, great Southeastern College Conference conference opener, and really what was a season opener.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good game. I think you have to walk away encouraged if you're Tennessee. Especially with the quarterback play, that's going to keep you in every game. The defense is a little concerning, but going back to Heupel, I haven't heard any of the show, but just being in the stadium, I thought both coaches were pretty bad in a lot of situational stuff, just super, super conservative. I could not believe there in the fourth quarter when you get that strip sack at the plus 30, up 5, and you have a chance to get up 2 scores, and you run the ball 3 straight times. I know you made the kick there, and you go up 8, but you have a chance to put those guys away after you just gone down and had an easy. You'd had a bunch of explosive plays in the passing game on the previous drive, and you don't even pretend to threaten them. And then you just leave it up to your defense, who'd been pretty bad all day, to be honest. And Stockton obviously had made throws all day. I did not get that at all. I didn't really punting in the second quarter there after Kirby called timeout was kind of gutless, I thought. Then you had not using your timeouts correctly on the right side of 2-minute warning. Kirby was awful all day, settling for field goals in a high-scoring game. I thought, it was a college football game. You had a lot of really, really silly stuff from both coaches. Exciting game, but it's a little frustrating as a Tennessee fan. I thought you played well enough to win. I thought both quarterbacks were really good, but it being in the stadium, maybe I'm overreacting, but I thought both coaches were pretty bad.
Matt, what do you think of C's assessment? And then we go back to our phones.
No, both coaches had a bunch of critical decisions, and they both were got conservative when they needed to. I think Georgia getting stopped. They had first and goal against Austin Peay last week at the 1 and didn't score. That probably played a factor in some of their red zone being conservative. I actually thought, and C mentioned that Tennessee, when they settled for that field goal to go up 8, I actually thought they should have went for 2 when they went up 34-30, because there's really not a ton of difference in 4 or 5. And if you make it, you get 6 there, and you're up 6, and then a field goal on that after that fumble would have put you up 9.
Wow, that's
but that would probably be my biggest criticism instead of some of the stuff late. I mean, you're playing to win the game late. You're getting conservative, but I thought if you after the Staley touchdown, you had all that momentum. If you go for 2, you go up 6, and then a field goal gives you a 9-point lead, and you almost certainly win that way.
And
that's right. You're supposed to go for 2 there for sure, but I did not expect that just because it's kind of unconventional, and especially in a game like that, you see with these big games, a lot of these, especially in college, the NFL, these coaches have gotten a little more just willing to follow the numbers and do the right thing. But in college, you see a lot of coaches who are really afraid of being criticized, and if you don't get the 2 there, you're probably going to open yourself up for it. But yeah, Matt's right. You definitely are supposed to go for 2 there, but that would have been really kind of outside the box and thinking ahead and all that. And so I really wasn't expecting it from him, especially just kind of how he coaches. And it's mostly just a lot of really conventional, conservative stuff.
Around this wide open Southeastern Conference, these coaches and what they do in these games, because there's not going to be a dime's worth of difference between a lot of these teams. Hey, look, Georgia has a ton more recruiting stars on like Sam said. But when you watch those 2 teams on the field today, it didn't look like there was a tremendous amount of difference between those 2 teams. It didn't. And so these decisions, these guys get paid millions and millions of dollars for, become paramount, and they become second-guessable. And I didn't do it. I mean, people want to get mad and angry with us. Hey, I didn't do it, man. I'm just telling you, that's how this deal works. It's kind of like quarterbacks. They draw a play up. A guy breaks wide open like Nico last year. He's supposed to make the pass. You see the difference here when you're able to make a pass? When you're actually able to make a play? And people say, well, I don't know, man. And they say to me, well, are you going to apologize to the wide receivers? Yeah. Yeah, when you play the way they played in the game today, you damn straight I'm going to apologize to the receivers. Because as John Adams said, those guys prove they belong. In a game like this, they tortured Georgia. They torched them today. How many teams do that to Kirby Smart's bunch? And the truth is, at the time of the game where Tennessee hit 2 of those plays, which felt like the Alabama game, Georgia was gashing us on the ground. I mean, literally just... Georgia was about to take control of the game there late in the third quarter. We all knew that. And Tennessee hit 2 of them. Not 1, but 2. The first one, like I was telling Rusty earlier, for some reason, they went zero coverage with their safeties. I mean, what are they doing, Matt, letting us have the middle of the field there? I mean, it was crazy. Some of the stuff we saw today in that game from Georgia's defense, and that's even more reason why I'm urinated off that we didn't win, because they never give you what they gave you today. They were giving us golden opportunities today to win the game. Golden opportunities. And we still can't win the game. And that kind of frustrates me. But we're really close. I will say The takeaway that we're really close, I'll agree with. But, Florida right now, Florida's getting ready to maybe tie the game here with LSU, and they're on the move and right around first and goal, and they're down 10-3. Hey, I don't throw dirt on them. I don't throw dirt on Alabama. I don't throw dirt on these teams on our schedule. This is going to be a wild year in this league. A wild year. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hi, Zano.
Hi, you're on the air. Welcome in.
Hi. Really liked the game. Good play calls, but I do have some questions. I did not appreciate the timeout calls in the first quarter. Very much did not appreciate them in the second quarter. Do you think Heupel, I-star kicker?
Guys, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm not big on icing kickers. These guys are under pressure all the time. That's what they do. So I don't really think one way or the other about that. I don't think of icing a kicker as being a big deal.
I thought it was interesting that Kirby went ahead and let him just... Well, they were out of timeouts, weren't they, at the end of the game? Or did they have one left?
Yeah.
No, they were out. Okay.
They were out.
Yes.
That's why he wasn't able to do that there. Yeah. You know what I
Well,
thought
Tony, I think when you're second, you can, in a game like this, when so much stuff happens and it's back and forth, it's real easy to second-guess coaches about should have been more conservative, less conservative. But overall, when you look at this for what the coaches did, Josh Heupel conceived an offensive plan that put up 41 points on a Georgia defense. That does not happen often. And Kirby Smart, despite a brutal start and despite all the problems Tennessee's offense presented and the way that game was going, he kept his team together. His teams his teams don't fade. So I think that's really good coaching. His teams, it's hard to knock Georgia out. That's very emblematic of a Kirby Smart team.
And like Matt says, they've got the heavyweight belt in this league for a reason, because you got to knock a champ out. That's why a lot of people, to our caller, are upset that we ran the ball 3 consecutive times and played for a field goal there, because you got to knock a champ out.
You're not even trying to knock him out. That's the thing. You don't even make an attempt. You don't even swing for a knockout. You just say, "Hey, we're going to give you the ball up 8 here. You guys, if you guys can go down this field and score on our defense, that's going up 30 points. Go for it." You don't even try to knock him out. You don't throw it once.
I agree with the criticism. I agree with that, what he's saying.
Agree. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Great call. And the thing that's frustrating about this game, Matt, is that you feel like a loser because you're taking a lot of positives away from it, and that feels like we're being losers. That's kind of where I feel, how I feel. But there are a lot of positives about this game. I'll be honest with you guys. I didn't know Joey Aguilar could play like that in a game like that. I don't know that I believe that today coming into today. I knew he could do it against Syracuse. I knew he's a fun and kind of a cute story, and it's kind of cute, and everything's fun, and it makes you feel good. He can play. He can play. And by the way, the guy in L.A. can't. Okay? He can't play. He can't play. This guy can play. I mean, I don't know if anybody else is ready to say that. I'm going to say it. This guy can play. The guy in L.A. last night cannot play. He sucks. John can talk about how good his arm
Lamar
is.
Jackson?
All he wants to. The announcer compared him to Lamar Jackson last night live. That is the biggest crock of bullshit I've ever heard in my life.
Down by 3 touchdowns to New Mexico.
I mean, at what point did somebody tell the truth on him? He can't play. That is a trade I will make 10 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10 times. And C's right. You get a turnover right there. You get a chance to knock the champ out. And I know what Rusty's saying and some of the other callers. I'm fine kicking it. I'm not. No, I'm making that a 2-score game there. I'm knocking you out. I'm knocking you out. I'm sorry. Brian said it. You didn't even throw the first one. If somebody says, well, you got a 15-yard penalty, or you got a 5-yard penalty. Okay, then it's 1st and 15. Throw the ball in the end zone there. I mean, what's the difference?
Tony, think about if the shoe was on the other foot. Think about if Georgia had been up 5 with a chance, and they had gotten a turnover on the 30-yard line, a chance to go up 2 scores. How happy as a Tennessee fan would you be if you say, hey, they're just going to run it 3 times and settle for a field goal and give us a chance?
Matt, yes or no? Is he right? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, you got ultra conservative there, and you kick the field goal. Again, if you go for 2 that previous possession, you could go up 9 there. So, I mean, we can criticize all these.
That's a great point you bring up.
In the moment,
yeah.
There's just so many of them that you can criticize. That's what's frustrating. I mean, if you make a 43-yard field goal at the end of regulation, we're not criticizing anything.
That's exactly right. You're on here celebrating.
That's just what the sport is.
That's why we love it. And that's why we love it. And it drives me crazy because I'm so conflicted right now. In one sense, I really love this Heupel guy. John, it's like this would be a great column, Like in one sense, I'm really angry with this guy, and I'm mad at him tonight because I think he let one get away. But in another sense, I'm really appreciative of him because we're in this spot, because for years and years we had to get on here and talk about horrible football. And now we're right in the middle of it. We're right back. A couple years ago, we should have made the 14 playoff. Last year, we made the 12-team playoff. This year, we're going to scratch at the 12-team playoff. I don't know. I'm not going to declare that we're going to get there like some are tonight, but we're going to scratch at it. And, with Joey Aguilar, if you'd have told me that before the year, I wouldn't have believed that. Next year, when they go to 16, or whenever they go to 16, Tennessee should live in that thing. So, but I'm kind of conflicted tonight. Because they had a chance, John, to knock the champ out tonight. They really did. They really did.
Yeah, they really. I agree, Tony. But the thing is, there's a reason Georgia's a championship program.
That's right.
Because they don't have a glass jaw. They don't go down easily.
That's right.
And you can say you should have done this, you should have done that. You scored 41 points on them.
That's right. There are people over here.
I try to give the other team credit.
I give them a lot of credit
because we're looking at it from a Tennessee perspective. But I was so impressed with what Georgia did, given the circumstances for much of that game.
The throw and catch on 4th down and 6 is one of the greatest plays in that kind of pressure we've ever seen in Neyland Stadium from an opponent. That's what that was.
Well, Tony, think about this.
Hell of a throw.
A big
4th and 6. You put the throw there? Are you kidding me? They said all year.
They
on the guy all game.
They said all year, Matt. Well, he ain't throwing a touchdown pass, and people were repeating that, it was real.
They did that the first play of the game. That is a statement. They did that last year in Athens also. They went deep on the first play. So that's. No, Mike Bobo's in his bag against Tennessee.
Yes,
He's just like Kirby. They have this game circled.
Yes, they do.
And, Tennessee finally showed some fight and had some counters to their adjustments today. I mean, Tennessee could have very easily gotten blown out there in the second half, but you wound up having a chance to win.
Tennessee's
offense.
offense.
Shane Beamer's going ape shit after Lenore Sellers got hurt.
Oh, is he really? Tennessee's offense is so pretty in the first quarter today. The stuff Heupel comes with when they come with that script, those first 20 plays or whatever it was today, was some of the prettiest stuff you've ever seen in your life. I mean, you could send it to a museum. 300 years from now, they'll go in there and appreciate the work of art that first quarter was. I mean, you don't see that. You don't see that against anybody, let alone somebody that can really play. My friends at Waterside Contracting, they are in the works of art too. If you got a dream, you buy some land, you want somebody to build on your land, take it from me. My friends at Waterside Contracting will do it for you. They are your ticket. 25 years of making dreams come true for hundreds in our area. Custom homes, remodels, they'll do it all. Build on your lot. They do incredible work all over the area. Look, you ask folks up in Norris Lake, they built a ton of homes up in Norris Lake. I mean, people's dream homes there. Amazing stuff. Structural integrity, quality work without compromise, Waterside Contracting. Check out their site and look at some of the stuff they do. WatersideContractingLLC.com. And before we get our next call in, shout out to Walker's Painting. Look, when it's time for a fresh coat, run, don't walk to Walker's Painting. Interior and exterior. Walker's Painting, making it beautiful. In East Tennessee since 1999, all across the area. New construction repaints, commercial, residential, they got you. Free estimates available. You tell them you heard about it right here, you get 10% off your first job. Walker's Painting. Again, that's Walker's Painting, 865-688-1410. Run, don't walk to Walker's Painting. As we run back to our phone lines. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, Brown Liquor, how are you guys tonight?
Hey, I've been better. I'm conflicted over here.
Yeah, same. I don't know if there's enough Scotch whiskey to put the flames out of this deal. But, we're talking about it feels like a losing effort. I really believe this. If in the last 8 games Tennessee was 2-6 or 3-5 against Georgia, I don't know that it would feel this way. Part of the progression of our program, and credit to Heupel, is we've continually chipped away about this glass ceiling that we've had of we can't beat Bama, we can't get in the playoffs, we can't get in the top 10. And this is one more thing that we could have chipped away at, and we just pissed away a great opportunity, and that's why it's so disgusting.
Couldn't agree more with what you're saying. That is so well put. And look, I'm mad at him tonight. I am. I'm mad at him. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I'm mad at him. But you know what? At the same time, I appreciate the fact that he's got us in this spot. People that are saying, this guy needs to go, he's terrible. I mean, really? Really? I mean, you got to be kidding me. Now, was it perfect tonight? No. I'm with C. I think both those guys had weird nights because both those guys weren't who they usually are. That's what I think we saw in that game. Both of those guys tonight were not who they usually are. And that's just strange to me, man. It really is.
I wonder if Heupel felt the moment. He wanted to do it for Joey football and all of these things, and that affected maybe his decision-making where he just wasn't himself. And he's human. He's allowed to do that, right?
Sure. Hey, we all make mistakes. He said after the game, would you like to have that series back over in those play calls when you got the turnover? And he said, yeah. You think? Yeah, I'd like to have them back.
Look, I know you've got a lot of people that want to call in. And look, this is great therapy when we lose. It really is. It's fabulous when we win, but it's therapy when we lose.
Oh, we were going to have an incredible celebration tonight, man, for the ages.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. I had a cigar ready, even though that's a Bama thing. I smoked it anyway because to hell with Kirby and his Floby bowl haircut. F him. But I smoked it with my Scotch whiskey and I enjoyed it. But don't all these guys that want to jump on Max Gilbert, man. There's a lot of plays, and you've discussed it ad nauseum tonight that could have won this game. He just happened to have it on his foot near the end, and you can't put it on that kid, man.
Totally agree. Listen, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Brown Liquor, good talking to you. Hey, Matt, this Vanderbilt game, Vanderbilt and South Carolina, Vandy just had a defender get thrown out of the game?
Yeah, for the targeting play on Sellers.
Proper call?
I mean, probably, yeah. They only looked at it because he was hurt, though, which I always find interesting in these deals.
And is he back in the game now?
Vandy's up 14-7.
Right.
And South Carolina has really not looked good all year, and without Sellers, that team will struggle to make a bowl game.
So
if he's out for some extended time.
Did Sellers? Did it look severe when he
bad.
got? Oh, really? Yeah. Describe it. What was the injury? Describe it to people that are driving in their car right now. Thousands are.
Just a free rusher came in, and right as he released the ball, just kind of launched at him hit him right under the chin. I don't know if it's the wind knocked out of him or it's his shoulder. I mean, who knows? It looks he might be concussed.
Wow. This Vanderbilt
He's looking
team,
down right. They're showing him on the sideline right now.
Okay.
It looks like he doesn't really know where he is. I don't know. You don't want to like say it's concussion, but it kind of looks like that.
This Vanderbilt team, guys, they hit hard. They're a little different, Matt, than they've been. I played them tonight. I mean, I know everybody in America was kind of on them, but just because everybody in America is on somebody doesn't mean, you don't jump on them.
You're a sharp tone. You move the line. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm a real sharp, all right. I'm real sharp. My friends at Calhoun's, shout out to you on Garza Law Fifth Quarter Fan Reaction. We'll go back to our TLD Logistics phone lines here momentarily. We had an incredible day down there yesterday, doing the show and then playing music last night. It was so fun. And I wanted to send these turds from Georgia home with a loss today. But gosh, man, being a part of this in Rocky Top, all the wonderful people that I met yesterday for the first time. Thank you so much for coming out there. We'll be out there again next week. The Vols are playing a game. We're there. Home or away, we're there on a Friday, celebrating, ringing in the football weekend. Tennessee doesn't get it done tonight, but Calhoun's gets it done every day. They are the taste of Tennessee. There is one near you. You can always call ahead and pick up. And remember, they have great party platters as well. So if you're having a watch party for some of these road games, remember my friends at Calhoun's, and they've got tremendous choices, and it's always fresh, and it's always wonderful because they got the commissary right here in town, and you will taste the difference because they are the taste of Tennessee. As we go back to the phones on a night where I'm...
Hey, Tony, I got to go. I'll see you later, okay? Thanks
John Love, thank you. Jennifer Morris, next move, SmokyMountains.com. Matt Dixon, are you surprised, by the way, the Florida Gators are playing LSU off their feet right now after what happened last week to them?
No. Florida's always in these low-scoring, kind of sluggish, conservative-type games.
Yes.
That's what they do.
And they've
whether they win or lose it will come down to the fourth quarter, but they're just about every game they play is like this because that's the way Napier coaches. He coaches like an underdog.
And they've drug LSU right into this game tonight, Matt. Drug them right into it.
And LSU has this unique way of always making things much harder than they need to be. Goes back like 3 or 4 coaches. I mean, minus the Joe Burrow team in 2019. They always make it harder than it needs to be, whether they win or not.
And, Brian, an update on Texas A&M with Notre Dame tonight, because A&M is A&Ming as we speak.
Aggies are at the 1 yard line of Notre Dame, and it's 24-21 Irish with 1:27 to go in the first half. And there's a timeout. A&M is called a timeout, so it's first.
You mean to tell me I took my eyes off that game at 21-7, and what's the score now?
24-21 Notre Dame over Texas A&M.
My Rona,
to go in the second quarter,
and they're coming. The Aggies. Are the Aggies tonight, a live dog, yes or no? What do you think?
Yeah, without a doubt they are, yeah. They've been kind of under the radar. They played 2 hoopties to start the year, but they return a lot on offense. Should be able to run the ball really well this year. I figured this would be a high-scoring game tonight, but I think they're only a 7-point dog. This is kind of like our game. I think this game's very important for the play. If Notre Dame loses, I think
spot for us, maybe.
USC's their only notable opponent left on the schedule, so 10-2 may not be enough for them. As Lagway just threw a ball right to LSU here, who LSU's going to have a chance to take the lead going into the half.
Back to the
interceptions and touchdowns. I know Tony elevates his team, but the guy just throws picks left and right.
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air. And by the way, Comrade Golish, just as we thought, the air went right out of their balloon tonight. It took a little longer because they had a work stoppage, or not work stop, but a weather stoppage. Brian, what's the score in that game?
Miami leads 35-12 over South Florida, middle of the fourth quarter, and Dixie will get
42-12 now. 42-12.
42-12. That was fun.
Old Dominion's up 31-0 at Virginia Tech.
Oh my gosh, the Ricky Roney. Is Ricky Roney, Rice-A-Roni, is he the first guy fired, guys? Does he get out of September at this point?
Well, he's actually the Old Dominion coach, Tone. I know you've said that on air like 5 times.
Who is Brett Pry? It's Brett Pry. Brett Pry is the coach.
Yeah,
I'm confusing I'm confusing my Penn State. Yeah, my Penn State coordinators. You're right.
Franklin coaching tree mixed up there.
So Ricky Roney is beating the Pry guy. Okay, does
at Virginia Tech, by the way,
is the Pry guy surviving? Because he's now the Fry guy.
No chance.
Right,
God no.
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. It's Garza.
They should hire Justin Fuentes back.
It's Garza Law, 5th quarter fan reaction. Hi, welcome in.
I got the damn playoff.
Somebody flatulent.
Oh, hello?
Welcome in.
Tony, careful what you wish. You've alluded to this several times on your show. I think the darn game should have ended in a tie. I wish WLM was hosting right now. We could go through all the great ties we've had. That would have been a good tie, don't you think?
Now, was that a tie that would have felt like a loss to the Vols or a win to the Vols if we'd have tied that game?
It was a tie that would have felt like a loss, but the only thing worse then a tie that feels like a loss is a loss that feels like a loss.
Amen to that, my brother. If you made me king, I'd bring the ties back. Now, they wouldn't like people like me and you, but I'd bring the ties back.
That was a tie. That kid misses that kick.
Yep.
We walk out there and shake hands and look at each other like we're stupid, and everybody walks out of there wishing they'd have torn a goalpost down.
You know, in a lot of ways, you're right. I mean, really, that's a game that deserved to be a tie. If you stop and think about it.
This early in the season,
Yes.
I'd say, you know how NFL doesn't do overtime and preseason anymore.
Yes.
I would say college ought to do, first 5 weeks, if it's a tie, that's a tie. And I don't want to get in, this show doesn't permit us to discuss they're fighting at the Florida game. This show doesn't allow us to discuss the tie system, but that's just not football. It's just ridiculous.
Oh, well, listen. I hate the overtime rules in college football.
I hate it. I didn't think we had a chance.
Vehemently. I know. When after that second overtime now, when they go to this kickoff thing that's like watching, I don't even know, Matt, what it is. It's the most unnatural thing in the world. Matt, do
it's
you
worse than soccer.
It's
worse
awful.
than hockey.
It's
worse
awful.
than that stupid man on second base.
It's awful.
Who in the hell gambles on that?
Matt, the overtime rules in college football now suck. Yes or no? Great sport, horrible overtime.
To the 2-point conversion thing to the side game.
Awful.
It's truly awful.
Awful.
A tie is so much better than that.
So much better.
Yeah,
A tie is
it's
so
like
much
the
worse.
XFL. Let's kick it off and everybody run down there and see who can recover it.
And
remember that when they did that?
I love the XFL. The XFL kickoff.
The original XFL.
Guys got injured, yes, back in 2001.
Well, I thought the kid played, overall, I thought it was a great game, guys. I thought it was a fantastic day in Knoxville, Tennessee, from beginning all the way up to that damn instant replay where we had to finally hear, oh, he scored, game over. What a deflating end to just a huge day in college football. You talk about trying to ruin your sport. Now, I loved today, and it was awesome. If you guys don't think this thing is doomed, just flip on over. The night race is on Bristol, and nobody gives a damn. And I'm sick that Adams got off here before I could get this call in. He was a big NASCAR guy. Nobody gives a damn about the night race in Bristol, and that's what we're headed for if they don't clean this sport up. Hang in there, kids.
Thank you, my brother. I disagree with you. I think the portal, the TV ratings have never been higher. I think the player movement, the fact that all these teams are going to beat on each other all year, it's the most parity we've seen in this league. These teams are laying one on top of the other, on top of the other, on top of the other. And I think this Georgia team, Matt, this Georgia team's going to lose a game or two before the season's over, I believe. Because they've got issues.
Schedule.
They've got issues, and they have a tough schedule.
In a few weeks.
And by the way, guys, Alabama is getting their act in gear. Okay, and I know they played a terrible Wisconsin game today, or Wisconsin team. I'm telling you right now, do not shovel dirt on Alabama. They're very talented. But we'll go back to our phones. All this stuff about, and now more than ever, first weeks of the season. I mean, really today, that's why I'm so conflicted here, because really that was Tennessee's season opener today, and they should have won the game. But that was really their season opener. They look damn good offensively for that to be a season opener. Let's go back to our phones. 865-200-5402. By the way, future opponent, Arkansas. Bri, what's the score in the Arkansas Ole Miss game? Give it to me, baby.
Ole Miss was up 31-28 at the start of the third quarter.
See, are we starting to think Arkansas is a little better than we thought they were, or are they just too bad on defense that it ain't going to matter?
I think they're actually very similar. They're a different level, but they're like this UAB team we play next week. This UAB team that Tennessee plays next week, it may have the worst defense in the history of the sport. It's like a high school JV defense, but they have a pretty good offense for that level. Arkansas, I think, is like that in the SEC. Their defense, especially their defensive line, is absolutely awful, but Taylor Green does a pretty good job. Obviously, he can manufacture some stuff for them, and their offense is a little bit better. But, yeah, I think defensively they're absolutely wretched. They're probably the worst defensive team in the league. So I think Tennessee will probably have. I don't think it's going to be too tough of a game in Neyland because I just don't see any way they're going to be able to stop Tennessee at all.
Back to our phones we go at 865-200-5402. It's the TLD Logistics phone lines as LSU takes a 13-10 lead into halftime, and 14-7 is the score on the road. Vanderbilt at South Carolina. Hi, you're on the air. Welcome in.
Is this me? Can you hear me, Tony?
Yeah, go right ahead. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard a beep. Didn't know if I was up. Hey, I just heard your last comment about the direction of college football, and it is what I called, and I have to argue with you. I think that's bullshit. I think that college football's turned into the NFL. And
it has?
This wasn't anything that I wanted to say when I first called because I want to be transparent. I'm the UGA guy from Knoxville who lives here, who called you last year and told you you're right on the brink, and I think you're even closer today than you were last year. And I think that's fantastic. But I am also very old school. I appreciate hometown kids with some out-of-town kids coming in, playing for the glory of the university. I don't appreciate watching 18-year-olds making millions of dollars. And I think that's ridiculous and stupid, and I think it's ruining the game. And yes, granted, I guess we all have to switch that way to be appreciative of it. But what does it really mean? You got Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt? Are you kidding me? Vanderbilt, of all people, they shouldn't be in this game with South Carolina.
Why?
They shouldn't be in any game ever.
Why?
But here they are.
Why? Why shouldn't they be?
Chance of winning a lot of games.
Why shouldn't they be?
The whole thing is
why should Georgia get to hoard all the players? Why shouldn't everybody else get to have some players?
Because their in-state talent is better than anywhere else.
Let me ask you something. Were you guys paying those players 5 years ago when you were getting all those players and stashing them all over your roster? Let me help you out. You were.
Not in the McDonald's bag.
Let me help you out. You were, okay? Just like whoa. Just like here, we were paying players. Just like at Alabama, they were paying players. So why in the hell?
Athletic budget is higher than the University of Georgia.
Why in the hell, if Vanderbilt wants to go buy players, can't they buy players? I don't understand. They can't because they're not allowed to have them.
Athletic.
Because they're not allowed to have them. Because you're from Georgia and they're from. I mean, what are you talking about, man?
No. Drop the whole Georgia Tennessee
What are
thing.
you talking about?
Nothing Georgia's going to say. This is college athletic. You're talking about paying millions of dollars to 18-year-old athletes.
Every game.
You're turning the entire league into the NFL.
Yeah, every game in this league is competitive now. I know you hate it because for years and years, Georgia's schedule consisted of 1.5 games. While we were playing everybody under the sun, you guys played 1.5 games. I know that's foreign to you. I know that's foreign to you. I know that's foreign. Hey, listen, we had 8-game winning streak over or 9-game winning streak over you. Come on, man. It's all this stuff's cyclical.
And I think that's right and good. But
okay.
You did that with
listen,
regional athletes who you recruited
when
who
you
loved
step
your
on
university.
the when you
and
step,
who wanted to play for your university. And that's a big difference.
Did Herschel Walker want to?
I'm not knocking.
Did Herschel Walker want to play?
On a great trajectory.
Did Herschel Walker want to play for your university when he signed with the USFL as a junior?
No, we bought him a Trans Am.
No. When he signed with the USFL as a junior. No, he didn't. But he's still a hero there. I mean, get real, man.
That's not true.
No, that's not true. Herschel Walker's not a hero at Georgia. That's not true.
He's definitely here at Georgia.
Okay.
But he signed with the USFL because it's a new up-and-coming league.
When he was a junior. For the money. For the money. Just say Tony. Just say Tony. Just say Tony. Just say Tony. You have a good point, Tone. Just say Tony. You have a good point. And I'll accept that.
You have a good point.
Thank you. And I love your passion because this is a sport of passion. And that was and listen, man.
My main intent was to call
that was one hell of a great game today. But let's end there. That was a awesome football game today.
It was a spectacular football game.
And both teams are
two
paid.
Teams who I adore.
And you know what? And both teams get paid. And who cares? The kids played really hard today. The kids cared today. There was a lot of passion in today's game.
There absolutely was, and that's fantastic. But in the bottom line, and at the end of the day, and it's been this way for decades, it's been a huge business, and it's getting out of control.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you. And you're mad because Vanderbilt, Matt, he doesn't like that Vanderbilt has players now because Georgia wants to hoard them all. They didn't want that kid signing with them last year, I guess, Matt.
Thankful that Vanderbilt's not on their schedule.
Is that – yeah.
I'm just disappointed you didn't ask him to bark on the way out, Tone.
I did carry, and I am not kidding you, before I left the house last night, I grabbed like a pocket full of dog treats. And Laura goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, if a dog fan comes up, we're playing music, and barks in my face, I'm tossing him a bone, like a milk bone. And I am dead serious. I was like going to cause an incident at Calhoun's last night. I was that committed to the bit. But to my Georgia caller, listen, man, that was one awesome football game today. Two great teams. Georgia fans, I'll say this for Georgia fans. They went through the wilderness for a long, long time. I mean, they lived off that USFL renegade refugee who jumped to the Fleeting Football League for, 3.5 decades till they finally found pay dirt. This guy they got right now can really coach. Hey, Matt, he did a hell of a job today. Kirby Smart. Both these coaches had really good stuff in that game today for each other. It was kind of a fun chess match, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Tennessee finally had a couple of answers and counters to it,
yes,
which we hadn't seen in 4 years.
How about that?
I think that's the first time they'd scored in the third quarter, and Aguilar's touchdowns. Hendon Hooker threw a touchdown pass on the first series of the 21 game, and until today, that was the only touchdown Tennessee's starting quarterback was responsible for in the 4 games. And you found a way to score 38, and Aguilar was just really good. You made explosive plays downfield, which you have to do to beat a team like that. Because they're so physical and so fast, it's really hard to grind out, 8, 10, 12-play drives on that defense because they fly around. I mean, Tennessee had to earn everything.
Oh, they fly.
All those screens that go for 4 yards, those are hard-earned yards because Georgia just flies around to the ball. It's insane. That's the biggest difference to me in the teams, not to pick on Tennessee's secondary that's banged up, but Georgia's secondary guys and even their linebackers are just so much more physical and faster than Tennessee's. That's the biggest difference to me between the two teams.
And you know what, Matt? The other thing we talked about during the week is when they get you in space, they get you on the ground. I mean, they've got some unbelievably short tackles in the open field.
Few missed tackles.
Very few. Now, they blew some assignments, and we got behind them, and we scored touchdowns, and that Brazil guy made one hell of a catch in the second half. I mean, he went over somebody and just said, "Screw you. This is my football." Sean Sinclair, jump in here, then we go back to the phones. Your thoughts on what we witnessed today, because it's a shame Tennessee couldn't win that classic, because that was a classic college football game.
Boy, I've been listening to your show coming back from the game, and I get the angst and everything, but if you can't be proud of this team and this program, I don't know what you're looking at. I'll just start from the beginning. I mean, at one time, I'm watching 2 true freshmen on the D-line, Marion Dye and Ethan Utley, going against their cadre of 5 stars. I'm watching, Ty Redmond got picked on, but he's a true freshman. I mean, it is what it is. I was watching at times there was T. Lander and Ben Bolton playing linebacker together because they were just worn out. And Tennessee stood in the middle of the ring with Georgia and traded punches. I mean, you said it earlier. That's some of the best play calling I've ever seen at Tennessee.
Unbelievable.
It was unbelievable.
That first 15 plays, Sean, incredible, Sean. No, you're right. Put it in a museum. The first 15 plays, the stuff they were doing to Georgia's defense, and Kirby was over there with smoke coming out of his ears.
Absolutely. They had, and another thing, people can agree or not, but that was Joey Aguilar. That was Hendon Hooker level execution of the tempo offense. I mean, people romanticize what it was like a couple years. You were watching a guy execute an offense who's been here 3.5 months at Hendon Hooker level efficiency. And Hooker did it in the second year, by the way. I mean, just Joey Aguilar, what he's doing. Now, here's the thing. The unfortunate part is, and no one wants to say that. I've heard people say this. Everyone says, well, I heard a caller say, well, a game doesn't come down to one play. That's bullshit. It did come down to one play. I hate to say it, and I don't want to be an asshole, but the kicker choked. And he had the second kick was the exact same spot, and he drilled it. And I've choked a million times playing music. We all choke. And I'm not blaming Max Gilbert for the game. It is what, I mean, like C said, it's a curious set of downs when you could have taken could have knocked Georgia out. But, that kick's got to be made, and everyone's dancing around it. And again, I'm not blaming him, but that kick has to be made, and that's how you knock off the champ. You make that kick. I hope Max Gilbert doesn't pay for it like my friend Greg Burke did for a long time. But, if you can't see that game for what it was, the gold standard in college football right now, in Tennessee minus 2 or 3 starting defensive tackles, the starting 2 cornerbacks, brand new offensive line, brand new receivers, brand new quarterback, essentially brand new running backs, and they came within how many feet of a missed field goal of knocking them out. It was unbelievable. I have nothing but I'm not even sad about Max Gilbert. It is what it is. But it's just, I'm so happy. I'm so proud. It's obvious that Josh Heupel is calling plays now.
No doubt.
It's obvious to me.
No doubt. No doubt.
And please don't hear me. I'm not trying to rip on Max Gilbert. I couldn't make that kick. The pressure would have got to me too, I'm sure. But that's what it is. I think it's very curious that linesman calls that offsides. But really, that's not that should have made it an easier kick. You go back 5 yards from the hash, it's a less acute angle on the kick. You get more face of the goalpost than you do inside. It's just one of those things. John Adams said it. You got to knock the champ out. Georgia does not have a glass jaw, and we're just not quite there to finish. Heupel could have finished it. Max Gilbert could have finished it. Our defense could have finished it every once in a while. But I'll tell you what, we're knocking on the door of the elite right now.
It's remarkable. Utterly remarkable. Well put by Cinco. Let's go back to the phones. On a night where it's Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction presented by Marcos Garza, your Garza Law firm, online at garzalaw.com. Our TLD Logistics hotlines are ringing off the hook. How do I know? Because my personal cell phone has gotten 25 calls. See, do you like that? People call my personal phone when they can't get through on this phone line because I think they're going to get on the air. That's been one of my favorite things about it because I list my personal phone on my website. So, see, that's one of my favorite things about the show down through the years, the 25 or so calls I get.
Have you got any calls from Joshy Boy on your personal phone?
Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, it's Joey from Perry, Georgia. What's going on?
Hey, Joey in Perry, Georgia. I bet this hurts for you, my friend.
Oh, my God, I'm just bemoaning the next 364 days of my life. I need you to give me some help here, Tony.
Well, like Sean just said, we looked so good, didn't we? Didn't we, Joey? Looked so good to not win that game. We did everything but win that game.
We did, Tony. But just tell me that it's okay to be upset about moral victories. I know we've had a ton of moral victories in this game today, but damn it, I'm just tired of moral victories. I'm ready to have a real one.
That's why I'm very conflicted. That's what Sean was just saying. I mean, you did enough things to win. Hey, I thought Heupel at his press conference when he was asked, would you like that series that we've talked about where you get the turnover there and you just hit them twice with big shots. You got to put it in the end zone there. You just do.
Tony, I thought it was in the rule book that you were supposed to take a shot after a big turnover. I'm surprised we didn't get a flag there. I thought that was just
it's a good line.
What you did.
It's a good line.
God, Tony, I'm surrounded. It's a good thing that Georgia caller called in when he did. It's perfect, actually, because you multiply that guy by about 25, and that's what surrounds me every day. I work with Georgia fans. I married a Georgia fan, and so this is going to be my life now for the next year. And to be that close And I told him today, I said, today, I don't know what it is. It feels like Alabama 2022 today. And damn it, if it wasn't exactly like that,
it was
all the
just
way up
like
to the
it.
end.
It was just like the way we kept quick scoring in the second half. I'm like, this thing is turned into the Alabama game.
And Tony, that game completely, my script was completely flipped on its ear because tell me if you had this on your bingo card today.
Yes.
I didn't have us coming out and throwing the football all over the field against Georgia. I had us running the rock.
Well,
and we couldn't run the football, and Joey Aguilar wasn't scared of nobody.
Nobody.
He was out there just slinging it.
He wasn't afraid even in the part of the game where it slowed down a little bit and he finally it woke up. He came right back out after they took the lead and made plays.
Yeah,
I love
Tony,
that kid's leadership. I just cannot tell you. You know what? And I'm not here to rip Nico. It's not our style. But watching him last night and watching him kind of sulk around on the field, I'm telling you, those of you that think that they would be doing this or would have been in that game with Nico at quarterback today, there's no way in hell they would have been in that game if that kid would have stayed here.
No way.
No way.
No
You're not
way.
lying to me.
And you may not
You're
be
lying
here to rip him. I'll rip him. I love what I'm seeing because I'm going to tell you right now, that guy right there is lamenting the day that he put Tennessee in the position he put them in. So I ain't got no problem saying that he's getting his just desserts.
Yep.
And I listen.
0-3 and counting.
That's right. That's
Yes.
right. And sometimes you F around and find out. Am I right?
Amen to that, brother.
That's right. So listen, I don't know how you felt, but when we got to overtime, Tony, I just did not feel like overtime was gonna benefit us in the slightest. Unless we scored a touchdown, we just weren't going to be able to stop Georgia running the football. They ran it on us all day long.
Yep.
So anyway, I am proud of our team. I agree with everything. All the callers have been great. I will say, Greg talking about Josh Heupel's face on the sideline tickled me because Josh Heupel's face on the sideline looks the same, no matter if we're up 72 to whatever.
I agree.
Or if we're down, his face never changes. So,
I agree with that.
He ought to be a poker player when he retires.
Thank you, my brother. Yeah, he could play with Pruitt on the retired Tennessee circuit. Because Pruitt goes over to Cherokee, doesn't he, Matt? Jeremy Pruitt, we've had sightings. Fulmer goes over there and plays. Bunch of SEC coaches, I think, go over there and play. You guys know selling that? Don't those guys go over there and play, or am I imagining that?
I think Refalytics Judd may be the one playing.
Hey, Bri, it's time for you to play our Connexial drive of the game. Could it be Joey Aguilar, the first drive of the game, which went 8 plays, 75 yards, when Tennessee said, "We are here. We are not, and we are in your face"? Could that be the first drive of the game? Could it be the second drive of the game when Brazzle Dazzle hauled in a 72-yard TD reception thrown by Aguilar, and Matt, the DB on the play from Georgia, which was very un-DB-like from Georgia, has a chance, should have interfered and taken him to the ground. That's how weird today's game was, Matt.
He did interfere. He just
tried.
didn't tackle him like he should have.
He let him go.
Yeah.
If you go back and watch it, though, he kind of
tackle
did.
him.
Yeah, you got to tackle him.
Well, they were hand fighting, and Brazil did the same thing the second time, too, where the DB just kind of lost their balance, and Brazil won the hand fighting. It's two really impressive, contested catches that he made.
Could the Connexial drive of the game be 12 plays, 83 yards? That pass from Joey Football to Brazzle Dazzle right in the middle of the field. 12 plays, 83 yards, comprising of 8:33 to make it 21-7. That ended a first quarter where Joey Aguilar, who was supposed to be a joke, had the best quarter of football that's ever been recorded. That quarter that he had. I mean, we did everything but win the game today. I don't know what to tell you. Brian Hartman, that's our Conexial drive of the game, right? Tennessee's third scoring drive. That was the exclamation point. The cherry on top. Bri, do you agree? What'd you guys do? Did you guys nuke Bri? Did you guys take Bri out of here? Did Bri get silenced? Matt, is this the part where Bri falls asleep, Matt, or is it too early for that? We do those late night games sometimes when Bri conks out on us. Have you all taken Bri's microphone from him? Thank you, Brian. That is our Conexial drive of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Knoxville's own transportation, logistics, and tech company. My friends at Conexial, Konexial. They sponsor your My 20 drive of the game, and there it is on your fifth quarter. It was Tennessee's third scoring drive. Chris Brazel will get a Seiko watch for his appearance on our program tonight. 12 plays, 83 yards, 833. The score at that point was 21-7, and the game felt like it was all over, but the shouting. But, of course, we knew better. But Conexial, the transportation platform, with their home office in beautiful downtown Knoxville, revolutionizing your trucking industry nationwide. Shout out to my man, the GovBone. Shout out to Big Josh. Shout out to all my trucker friends out there and the hundreds and hundreds, if not the thousands, listening to us strong all over the United States of America. As you listen, the goal is to help your fleet be more efficient, make your drivers on our roads safer. You take control of your fleet, you improve our safety scores, you make drivers happy, you maximize your profitability. Win. Konexial.com. Konexial.com. And can I shout them out? Alumni Hall. Then we go back to our phones. Yesterday, it looked like Valapalooza over the Alumni Hall in Bearden, and you got through there in about 10 minutes. The lines look like, it looked like I was playing my guitar outside. The lines were so huge. And you got through. They know exactly what they're doing. They are ready for the moment. They meet the moment. Because you'll get game ready at Alumni Hall. Nobody does it like Alumni Hall. Listen to me. One place for the best stuff when it comes to your Tennessee Volunteers, and that's Alumni Hall. Best and largest selection of Tennessee apparel for the whole family. Tana Adam texted me yesterday, took a son in there. Son wanted like a baseball something or other. Picked up the most expensive thing in the store, and Tana Adam said, I love my kid. He got it for him. But you know what Tana Adam said to me? He said, Tony, it's unbelievable quality. I said, I know. It's unbelievable. Their stuff's unbelievable, Andy. Whether it's Nike or Champion or Columbia or Peter Millar, hats, accessories, Yeti, all your tailgating necessities. You download the Alumni Hall app, click on your account. It tells you how much Hall cash you've earned. You get $10 in rewards for every $150 you spend. Locations in Murfreesboro, Bristol, 3 in Knoxville, now open in Johnson City, and online at alumnihall.com. As we go back to our busy phones and we get our next call in, where we've had some discussion about this game so far, a really frustrating game. Tennessee was really close today. A couple spots in the game I'd like to have over, but who am I? Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, Rob, and Dallas.
Hey, Rob, welcome in.
Hey, man, we didn't lose this football game. We gave it to them. We went toe-to-toe with Georgia and gave them a football game.
No.
There is no reason to be upset or whining about Josh and the play calls. None of that stuff, man. We just went toe-to-toe with Georgia. And I'll tell you what, you don't think we had them? Look at Kirby's reaction when they won the game and how he came on the field. That dude acted like he won the national championship when he ran on the field. We owned him. We owned the whole game. Dude, I'm telling you right now, I don't think we'll lose another game. I'm so pumped.
Oh, I don't know how you say that.
Dude, I'm so excited, As
beat up as our defense is, you don't think we'll lose another game?
I thought thought we were going to get blown out. This is one of the games I had us losing this year.
Yep.
And I was like, it's going to be a 38-17 game. It's going to be one of them games where we just don't show up. We don't do what we're supposed to do. We got a brand new quarterback. We're playing a bunch of, freshmen in the secondary and defense. Our defense is just riddled. Man, we came out and played with these guys. And even the freshmen, I'm going to tell you right now, that freshman, forget his name.
Redmond.
If that kid would have turned his head around,
he's going to be a nice player.
He'd had an interception.
Hey, Sean Sinclair, you made that point tonight about how young we are and how beat up we are and in how many spots we're beat up in. And I really do believe, I'm not into moral victories. It's a miracle you're in the game with all the stuff you're missing on defense.
It was incredible. I think they, at one time, I don't know, at the stadium, they were doing time of possession, and they actually had more than 60 minutes accounted for, so I don't know how that works. But Georgia, our problem was we just couldn't get off the field on third down for whatever reason. A penalty here, missed assignment or whatever. There was one where they're going in. They may have had a third or fourth down, and we didn't have anyone in the middle of the field. It was just looking like an alignment problem. Look, it's hard to say. It's hard to say a defense played great when you give up over 40 points. But I will say this: I think the defense played heroic. I don't know if that's great, but I think they played. I'm extremely proud of them.
Hey, Rob, there were a couple times after turnovers they fought.
Look, they picked on Ty Redmond. Okay, they picked on him, but he will be great because of that.
Yes,
that kid was playing high school football last year.
Yep,
and he just showed up on the field with Georgia.
Yep,
guys, we weren't supposed to win this game to begin with.
Yes,
and we showed up and we gave them the football game. We handed it to them. Look, Gilbert missed the field goal. It is what it is. The guy's going to be better for it. We're going to need that guy in the next games we're playing down the road. I am so pumped up right now. I'm watching this LSU Florida game. I got South Carolina and Vanderbilt on. I got A&M and Notre Dame. I watched Alabama, Wisconsin. We can play with any freaking team out there right now with everybody we got on the field. And wait till our guys get healthy. Can you imagine what we're going to do when we get our guys back that are healthy and ready to go? Can you just see this? George, I'm telling you right now, Kirby's on the bus driving back to Athens right now thanking his lucky stars that he got out of Knoxville with a win.
He coached his ass off to do that, no question. You're right.
He did.
You won't see a better defense all year until the playoffs if you make it. They're not even close. Alabama doesn't have that kind of defense. No. Florida doesn't. Arkansas doesn't.
We got a quarterback. We got us a quarterback.
Yep.
Who would have thought that Arch Manning could go through a game against UTEP with 10 straight incompletions and Joey Aguilar could do what he did today?
That's not on my bingo card.
A no star.
No star.
Well, Tony, I'm glad you stood up and said it because it is true. All the stargazers, and I've been a stargazer for a lot of my life. There is no way as you said, I'll take Joey Aguilar in any offense 10 out of 10 times over Nico Iamaleava.
Oh.
And that was unfortunately, he and his dad, let's call it what it is. His dad overplaying his hand and then moving out to Los Angeles was the best thing that ever happened to this football program.
Thank God. Yes.
Let me tell you something. If Nico was as good as his dad thinks he is, we would be facing Nico this year in the SEC because everybody would have ponied the money up.
There was a guy on the air last night talking about how good Nico is and it could be an NFL player.
It was
real, dude. He's not even an AFL player.
No, he won't even play in a spring league. No, you're exactly right. He sucks.
That guy won't make it in the Canadian League.
No, he can't play.
No, he sucks. And if you saw him last night on the field, man, he's lost. He's so lost. He don't want to be there. Don't want to play there. Anyway, but look,
there will be a mysterious soft tissue injury in his future. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
That offensive line, it might not be mysterious.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point too, Matt.
That is a good point.
That
That
poor
is a
guy
good
looks
point.
like a crap.
He won't be their quarterback in October.
No way.
I think Sean's right with that.
No way.
There's no way he's making it through. So whether it's injury or just opts out, he's not going to go 0-12. He's not going to watch him go 0-12.
Hey, Cinco,
his little brother's the backup, so his little brother might be the one getting
No, Nico's
taking
going
0
to be
and 12.
the center on the volleyball team at UCLA.
I bet his little brother's got a bigger sack than Nico does.
Hey, thank you, brother. Good talking to you in Dallas, Rob. Okay, everybody's saying it, Matt. We're going to run the table. I think we have a nice team tonight, but I think this league these teams are laying on top of each other. That's kind of my take. Vanderbilt just took it in from 44 yards out. They are physically whipping that South Carolina team at the point of attack. These teams look like they're laying on top of each other. Matt, are you ready to proclaim we're winning the rest of our games like some people are?
No, not close. The goal's 10-2. 10-2 gets you in the playoffs, and that's kind of all all that matters. I mean, obviously, you'd like to be 11-1 and host a game or be in Atlanta to potentially get a bye. But I mean, all you got to do is make the playoffs and hope you're healthy and get a good draw. So 10-2 is still my goal. I mean, if you win tonight, all that stuff of, an SEC title and 11-1's on the table.
Yes.
But this team's not going to run the table from here. We got a little too many deficiencies, and you've got to stay really healthy. And we obviously haven't on the back end of our defense, aren't really the front either.
We're so beat up. I mean, there was so much courage shown in that game tonight. And Sean, you made a really good point. Like, you can two things can be true, right? Like, you can be getting torched, and then there can be a couple spots where your offense gives them a short field or fate gives them a short field, and you hold them to field goals twice, which allowed you to big play them and score those touchdowns and take the lead. If you don't do that, if it would have become a 2-score game in the middle of that third quarter, we were in danger of getting avalanche there. That could have happened. But because the defense bowed up, not once but twice. Heroic's a good word, Sean. They played heroically. They really did.
Well, the reason I chose that word is because I believe the defense played as well as they could.
Yeah.
I mean, you're playing 5-star after 5-star.
No.
A team that's used to winning championships. A team that they select recruits.
By the way, guys,
and they develop them. I mean, the NFL is littered with all those guys, and they may not be what they were 2 years ago, but it's still a great team. And our guys went out there and played as well as they could. Did they play great? No. But they played as well as they could. I couldn't be more proud of that defense, even giving up 40 points and losing.
Hey, Matt, the kid from USC, we heard about how special he is. You three guys were there live. He looked like on that touchdown where he caught the ball on the side there and took it in, he looked like Deshaun Jackson out there. That was ridiculous.
He looked like Rocket Ishmael to me.
That's another great comparison. Like those guys that look like they're controlled by a joystick. Like you're doing something on a field. And college allows you to do that because you get a little crack, you get a little open space. But Matt, what'd you think of him live tonight?
Oh, he's the fastest player on the field. Yeah, I mean, and they had leverage and had it blocked well. That was one of those where we kind of sold out with a blitz, and they had a numbers advantage and blocked it, and he got to the corner. So no, he's kind of the playmaker that they've been missing offensively.
Did you notice he doesn't play that much?
No, yeah. He's their number 3 receiver, and they only use him as kind of a gadget thing. But when he's in there, he makes a difference.
Yep, and for anybody that Gunnar Stock is a hell of a player. I don't care if he ever plays in the NFL. I don't care if he's as good as Stetson Bennett. He's a hell of a player.
We're talking. I always tell people, I don't care what kind of NFL player you are. Like those of you that think Nico's going to be a great NFL player or still going to play in that league, more power to you. He sucks in college. Sucks. And you can tell me all day long that Joey Aguilar's this and Joey Aguilar's that. Hey, What did you make of Aguilar today live? Since you had a chance to see him in a real football game, I
thought.
Go ahead.
Are you there?
Yeah, go ahead.
I thought both quarterbacks. I talked about it before going into the week. I think on Thursday you were asking. I thought that this had a chance to be a really high scoring game. The numbers for both defenses were pretty bad coming in, and it kind of showed. But I was concerned about both quarterbacks, just what because we didn't know a lot about them. They hadn't played really any competition. I thought both quarterbacks were unbelievable in this game. I thought I was really, really impressed by Stockton and Joey. In watching a lot of SEC games, I think they're probably clearly two of the 3 or 4 best quarterbacks in the league.
And Mike Bobo's in his bag when he plays us. Like Matt or somebody said it earlier. I mean, it just all turns to gold. You know, it just all turns to gold.
Stockton was in some really tough situations, trailing the whole game, and Tennessee was pinning their ears back a little bit, and he took some absolute shots live. Sean and Matt can attest to this, and he was just stepping right into his throws, putting him on the money. They dropped a couple balls, but some of the balls he was putting on the money, and that it was hard to even see from where I was. As Lagway looks like Lagway just threw another pick six here as LSU goes up 20-10. Lagway just throwing Florida out of the game here, but
at least that counts as a touchdown, Tone.
But I think Lagway is a good example, kind of what you're talking about. Obviously, he can be electric at times, but I think I take Aguilar and Stockton probably over Lagway. And that's what
Aguilar is playing as well as Mateer is.
Yeah,
I'll say it.
Mateer's up there. Mateer's been really good,
but he's playing as well as.
And then Nussmeier, Clemson's not as good as we thought, and I haven't been super impressed with Nussmeier the last couple of weeks. I think Aguilar and Stockton are clearly, like I said, 2 of the 3 or 4 best quarterbacks in the league, and I was super impressed with both guys. I think both teams. I came out a little strong on Heupel. I was just frustrated with just stuff that is fixable. Like in the moment, Tony, you can tell him I was texting you. It's not hindsight. I was really frustrated in the moment with some of the stuff he was doing. And so I might come on a little strong with just some of the criticisms of the situational stuff and how conservative he got. But overall, I think like Sean said and like Matt said, it was a really, really encouraging day. And Joey was a big part of that because Joey was like Sean said, it looked kind of like Hendon out there, the way he just had command of things. And, he's
second year.
It seemed easy to him, like pitch and catch almost.
Second year Hendon. Sean's right.
Yeah, well, the
guy's been here 110 days.
Everyone will talk of the big shots, but to me, the best pass he had was when he scrambled to his left and found a wide open Braylon Staley for a touchdown. No way does Nico do that. Like you said earlier, Tony, it's nice to have a quarterback that can hit a wide open receiver.
We
took that for granted in the past 2 years. We're like, wait a second, what happened? We now have a quarterback that can do it. Like last week I said, I don't know how good Joey Aguilar is, but you can win a lot of games with him.
Back to the phones we go, and Tennessee is going to win a lot of games with him. There's no doubt about that because this guy's a high floor coach. And then your ceiling is you gotta, and I hate to say this. I don't want this to sound the way it sounds, but you got to be better when you get in the arena with these guys. And this coach will learn from it, but you just got to be better. I hate to say that. I'm not. Look, I need to be better. We all need to be better. Okay. But if you want to win these games and you get Kirby Smart and you get an opportunity and you're up 5 points on him, don't make it 8. Let's make it 13. And then we have to decide if we're going to make it 14. Let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, Mike in Portland.
Hey, Mike, welcome in. You're on Garza Law Fifth Quarter Fan Reaction. Hi.
I'm actually physically hurt after this game.
Yep.
I have seen a lot of Tennessee loss, but this actually hurt. But the best point I think that's been made is the point that you made about the second quarter. It seemed like Aguilar kind of lost his quarterback equilibrium, and that deal, the way they changed the pace of the game. And I thought that was kind of the turning point, and that's where I kind of went, uh-oh, in my own mind as I'm watching the game, kind of deal. But just think about the recruits we have for 2026 and 2027 coming up. I think we have nothing but sky in front of us. But anyway, thanks for the time, Tony. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. And hey, Mike, great talking to you. Yeah, the pain is real, but so's the hope. The pain is real, and so's the hope. Okay, in our room right now, we've got Matt Dixon, who was there at the game today. Great coverage on the blog all week over at Tclub.team. Sean Sinclair, who joins me Wednesdays on the air. Brian Hartman, who joins me every day on the air, who produces the show and does a great job. C, who joins us on Thursdays on the show, also special coverage and also post-game duties. And Eric Waddell, who covers the event was covering the event today for Associated Press and other national outlets, and EWAD's now in the room. Eric, we've seen a lot of crazy games. That was an incredibly great college football game today. One for the ages. Tennessee makes that kick at the end of the game. We're calling that one of the classic games we've ever seen around here. It's a shame it wasn't.
Oh, it was an absolutely spectacular game. But that's also what makes it one of the most. I really started thinking about it. I was trying to remember when I hurt after a game as much as I hurt today. One of the reasons it took me a little while to call in tonight was, even after everything, just trying to figure out how to function, with how much that one hurt.
Hey, I honor that, because I got on the air today in a spirit of appreciation for the Vols and what they did. And then I proceeded, Eric, to have a bunch of stuff spew out of my mouth. Anger towards a head coach for things that kind of happened in the moment. And I reserve the right to do that, because part of doing this is you work out your emotions on the fly. Part of it is it's live. And I'm a human being like we all are. And then part of it is we really let an opportunity where our kids gave the staff everything they had today. Sean's right. On defense, they gave the staff everything they had today. On offense, that offensive line gave everything they had today. The receivers played great. The quarterback was good. The running backs ran hard. There wasn't a lot of stupidity. There wasn't a lot of people going into business for themselves. There wasn't a lot of jousting after whistles. There wasn't any cheap shots. There was none of that. And so I say all that to say, man, it sucks we lost that game. And I go back to the series, and I hate to do this, but when you have a chance to knock somebody out, I hope the next time he gets an opportunity to do that he knocks somebody out. I hope he learns from it.
No, I think there's some real truth in what you just said there. It's the old boxing adage, and I know you've already said this tonight. I've heard you say it, but you gotta knock the champ out. You can't leave it, to the scorecards. You have to do it, and we chose to, I don't know, play the safe route is the way to say it. Because that sounds like I'm trying to give something away there, but I think you're right. You have to knock the champ out, and we got several standing 8 counts, but we didn't knock him out.
What was Kirby's demeanor like, Eric, after the game? Do you think they realized they got away with one?
I think so. I mean, he's like supreme. I mean, he expects it from his team, though. I think that's something that needs to be said. I think he maybe feels like, that he got a little bit got away with it, but at the same time, you can also tell he expects his team is going to find some way to do what they did. And that's just kind of Kirby right now.
Cinco, that is their ethos, isn't it? When you play Georgia, they just expect at the end of that game they're going to look up and they're going to have more points than you.
Yeah,
it's a truth.
Well, they do, and they've earned the right to think like that. However, They didn't find a way. The kick was missed. They didn't make a play. Again, not blaming Max Gilbert, but Tennessee did everything they could. Could they have called a different play here? Could they have managed a little clock here? Maybe. But they got it against Georgia's defense. They drove the ball down under 2 minutes.
Yes, they did.
And had a chance to make a 42-yard field goal, which for an SEC kicker is about as automatic as it should be.
Hey,
and they did. They got away with one. I disagree. I don't think they made a play.
Hey, C and Matt, let me.
They got very good. They got very fortunate on a missed kick because the goalpost should have come down.
Hey, Matt and C, what's a percentage on? You guys are my numbers guys. 42-yard field goal from that angle. What percentage you making those? Because he made one in overtime, basically the same exact kick, and he drilled it dead center. What are you making those, C, in college ball? A guy like Gilbert.
I can find a number. I'm guessing it's around 70 to 75%.
Wow, really?
I'd say it's 75 to 80. Now in one of these kind of high leverage situations like that, it probably drops to maybe 65 or so. But no, that's a kick you expect to make. Anything inside 45 yards, you should expect to make.
And I'm sure he did too. By the way, he just didn't. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. I mean, the kid just missed the kick.
Oh yeah, and
I'm not hammering on him.
How bad was it?
How bad was the kick?
How far did it miss? Because when it left his foot, with where we were at, I could tell it wasn't going in, and I just kind of put my head down.
It didn't seem like it was close.
Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't near the screen.
I knew from the minute he kicked it, it wasn't going to go in.
No, it wasn't near the screen. It was way off. So, it kind of is what it is. He just sort of missed it.
All right, Tony, I got the number for you. It's a little lower than
a hater. He just missed the hell out of it. I mean, he just did.
So a 42-yard field goal from there is what number? Because he's my number guy. Go ahead. Him and Matt are just sickos. Go ahead.
Well, okay, so last season, 61%, which is up about 7% from 5 years prior. So kickers are getting better, but only 61% on 42 yards or more last season.
So here's
40 yards or more.
I'm calling SEC kickers.
Yeah.
That's
why I was saying it. I was thinking closer to 70 because obviously when you get in some of these, some of the lower levels, the kickers are a lot worse.
Yeah,
I think 70 to 75 in SEC is fair. I think you should make that kick 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5.
I'm glad he missed it badly as he did, because if he had barely missed it, I'd be sicker right now.
I bet you that guy at UCLA, for example, sucks Oz Akeem. I bet you that guy's terrible. Hello and welcome into our next caller. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, Sweetwater Watson.
Hey, Watson, welcome in.
Hey, disappointed we didn't close that one out. I'll tell you, I agree with these other callers that, I'm glad we finally got a QB that can put us in a spot where we can compete. And I think after watching him play tonight, man, I got to start calling him Joey Swagular.
My name's Joey Football for him, but that's okay. Joey Swagular, you got it.
Hey, and this game, it was wild. It's crazy, but, we talked about this last week when I called him about rushing against Georgia. And I think John looked up some numbers, and I think when I looked at the stats, we were like 125 yards tonight, somewhere around there. And he was saying that when Heupel's teams were like 175 or more, they were 22-0 or something like that.
Yeah, that was Matt. Yep, Matt was talking about that. Yep.
And this makes you wonder. I know it's this crazy game, and there's a lot of passing yardage. If we could have ran, if we could have got a little bit more on the ground and kept Georgia's offense off the field a little bit more, would have we even been in that spot? Just something that crossed my mind.
Well, and the thing is, when you're big playing somebody to death too, how in the world are you going to run the ball? Georgia got in a spot where they had to do what they did with us because they had to keep our offense off the field. And then we cooperated a couple times, like on that one drive in the third quarter, by getting in the wrong personnel groupings, and they just pounded us like twice in a row. But, again, I mean, you can criticize and say you're in the wrong personnel groupings, but at the end of all of it, it's it was hard. That was a tough game on the Vols today, and Georgia had to kind of manage around our offense because they were going to get toasted if they would have kept giving us the ball. They got toasted as it was, and they were pounding us on the ground.
Yep, I agree 100%. It's tough one to take, but man, I'm like you. Moral victories I don't think too much of, but man, there were a lot of positives that came out of that game.
That's why I'm conflicted, man. We're at the University of Tennessee. We shouldn't be on here acting like Kentucky football fans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's a time and place for everything. I mean, our kids played their asses off today. And this coach and his staff, they've done a really nice job in short order getting us back near the top of the deal.
Yeah, I don't think many of us knew that we would be this close at this point with the new QB and the questions we had around the team. And our offensive line, especially too, really surprised me. I mean, they played lights out too. So, I appreciate your time, Tony. Thanks a lot. Enjoy the show.
Thank you. And the weird thing is, the David Sanders thing is a weird thing, right? Do we all agree on that? Can we all agree that is a very strange thing? Here's a guy, it was either Sean or John Adams said it earlier. Here's a guy that, or Matt said it. Here's a guy that was going to play in the opener, and he couldn't go, like that.
You wonder if there's somebody on the outside influencing him.
I know nothing about it, Brian. But the thing is weird.
That's just what comes to mind. Whether
obviously, and it's not fair to anybody, but that's obviously what comes to your mind. It's weird. But let's go to our phones and get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You're on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hey, Tony. It's Maggie.
Hey, Maggie. Welcome in.
I'm exhausted, but I gotta say, as painful as this is, it feels good to have like a heartbreaker. It's been a while. Has it not? Like, when's the last real heartbreaker we had? I can't even think of one.
You have to really care and really get your hopes up to get your heart broken.
Right.
And then you have to have something snatched from you. That Oklahoma game, that Oklahoma Saturday night game comes to mind. Matt, you're better at this than I am. Matt,
that was 10 years ago.
I know it was 10 years ago, which is incredible. Matt, what's your heartbreaker, Matt? What comes to mind? It kind of felt like tonight.
I mean, like against a team that's probably a little bit better than you.
Yeah.
That 2015 Oklahoma, there's a lot of comparison. I think that one's pretty good.
Yeah.
That might be the best. That one probably hurts a lot worse than this one though, because that was a game Tennessee really did have won. But that one's there. I don't know. It's a good point by Mags that it hurts, but there's still a lot to take from it. But no, it's a good point because we don't have these very often.
And Matt,
usually when we've gotten in these spots, we've kind of gotten it handed to us. And this one we stood toe to toe and really, really should have won.
The thing, Maggie, that's back then that was really egregious was you had the home crowd on your side, and you kicked that 1-yard field goal, which is something that we'll talk about well after I'm gone from this work. People will still be talking about that, like one of the dumbest things you've ever seen. And the kids, the future generations will be like, no way, certainly a head coach didn't do that. Heupel, they didn't do anything that rises to that level tonight. I mean, yeah, it wasn't like perfectly coached or anything. But man, our kids did more than enough to win that game. That's the thing that really kind of hurts me about it.
Absolutely.
Because Aguilar would be celebrated from coast to coast right now as the story in college football if Tennessee would have won that game, as they should have.
He honestly still should be. Like, there's a lot of football left to be played.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, like, I don't want to hear about the kid on the West Coast anymore. Like, I'm so sick of hearing about it. We need to move on. Like, we have a quarterback. He's irrelevant. Like, I'm so sick of hearing about it. We have to move forward because giving any airtime to talking about him over what we have is, like, honestly disrespectful. Like, I'm so sick of that. So I'm hopeful that moving forward now we can just, like, leave that behind and focus on what we have because that, like, I was there. It was incredible. Like, the atmosphere, of course, is always, it's impossible to describe. I had two friends that I like hosted this weekend from Canada. They're from Toronto. They'd never been to anything like this before, and I spent like multiple weeks talking about it and like trying to prepare them, knowing like it was the Checker Nealon thing, it's SEC matchup, there's all this expectation. And when I tell you, like, they had the time of their lives and they were sick afterwards. Like, they'd never been to anything like this before, and they got so emotionally invested, and it's just so like emblematic of what, like, why we're all this way. Like, it's so intoxicating to be part of it and to have that feeling for them, like, in a vacuum, to come in, never had an experience like this before, ride the highs and lows, and then like come away with it. Like, that was such like a perfect experience of being a college football fan. So it sucks that we lost. I hate it. It was an incredible performance, like, all the way around. Even though there, like you said, there were some things you want to take back. It was so much more than truthfully, my score prediction was 42-38 Tennessee. So we were so close. If we'd hit the field goal, it would have been off by 1 point. Like,
wow.
I had a
You knew that thing was high scoring, huh? You knew that thing was. And here's the thing about Maggie. Yeah. Matt and Maggie used to do a podcast together. Maggie's a straight baller. Matt, she knows everything. I mean, she is invested in this stuff. Like, she studies it.
Yeah, I just
still going to Gainesville, Maggie.
Maggie, you still going to Gainesville? Talk to us here.
Tickets are booked. Go!
That tells you all you need to know.
I'm going to Starkville in 2 weeks, too.
Now oh my God, you better bring earplugs. That's horrendous.
I know, it's going to be brutal.
Earplugs and Advil.
That Oklahoma game in 2015, I just looked at my calendars, 10 years ago in one day. It was September 12th, 2015, so it's exactly 10 years. I still feel totally different. That was gut-wrenching, where it was like, it was the coming out party for Baker Mayfield, and it was incredible. This just felt a little bit different because it was so, like, there's so much positivity behind it, and I don't want to have a moral victory because, like, we're past that. We're past, like, we used to, when we sucked, it was like you could have moral victories, but not anymore. Like, we belong. There's so much more football to be played. It was so much fun. Like, and as soon as it was 7-7, and it was like that first literally perfect drive was incredible. And then they went and scored. I said to myself, this has instant classic written all over it. It's just something in the air. You can always tell, just like the Alabama game in 2022, like, truthfully, if he had made the kick and we had won, it would almost have been like too much. Like, with the expectations of this year where they were, where like no one had any idea what was coming. Like you said, the 0-star guy, and like the narrative with the guy on the West Coast, like this quarterback.
Like 0-star.
The narratives are perfect.
Like, Maggie, I mean, that's the thing about it. It's 0-star, 5-star, and how you can have that much of a. And by the way, the 5-star guy's in his third year. The 0-star guy's in his fifth year. I understand that. But it didn't like the 5-star guy is like this Underwood kid at Michigan that's playing his third game. And how you can have that big a disparity between those two guys is just this Aguilar guy, that first quarter, Maggie, we've never seen anything like that in that stadium. The guy could have literally walked out of the stadium, walked on the river, and walked to the other side. That's how hot he was. I mean, he was like in another planet.
Yeah, like flamethrower. It was incredible. It just the speed, like the execution. It's just it really shows you like the last 2 years, the difference. Like it has that Hendon Hooker like 2022 feel. Everyone said that even in the Syracuse game at the beginning. Just you have to have the tempo to make it work, and it honestly just goes to show too like the incredible coaching job over the last 2 years to win 9 and 10 games, and like with the bum that we had last year, like it's amazing. And I know that we're beat up, and again, I'm not going to sit. I'm not like an X's and O's person, but I know like the program, and I know the narrative, and I know like how college football works. And I still think like these next few weeks are going to be really fun. It's going to be really important to not drop a game like in Starkville like we did in Fayetteville last year.
Amen. That's a huge
you just
spot.
have to like drown out the noise. But having a quarterback that knows what to do and like can command the field is such a game changer. Like obviously that's so simple. Having a good quarterback makes the game a lot easier, but it's when you really see it after a couple years of a guy who just doesn't have the ability to process it like Heupel wants him to, it's night and day, and it's so refreshing.
Thank you. And the thing, and Maggie, thank you for the call. The other thing, too, is that somebody like me takes away, and look, old dogs can learn new tricks, and I've never been afraid to say I'm wrong. I never. Like I was saying in the offseason, man, I hope that I'm proven wrong in wanting them to go into the portal, and it made me angry at the time. And one thing you're always going to get from me is my opinion. And, you know, it is what it is. I'm going to share my opinion with you, whether it's right, whether it's wrong, whether it's somewhere in between. It's really hard to judge your wide receivers when you don't have quality quarterback play. I mean, what's the point? If I'm open and you can't get me the ball, what is the point? At that point, I'm just out here doing Tobias Harris when he played for my Sixers, see? I'm getting what you call cardio. That's what you're getting. When you play with a quarterback that can't get the ball to you, right? What are you doing? You're getting your cardio in.
Yeah, and you can get disengaged as well. A lot of times when you don't trust your quarterback and he's not throwing when you are open, it's hard, just human nature for a lot of these guys to continue running his crisper routes and doing things the right way. I mean, so I think that's another thing that can make it hard to evaluate receivers when they have a bad quarterback is just poor quarterback play can make a receiver worse, even outside of just not getting the ball.
Maggie, incredible hearing from you. I love you. You're a member of our dysfunctional radio family. You're like the little sister I never had in my dysfunctional radio family. Hey, Matt, give me the spot again where Tennessee, they take the lead and they're up 4. Give me that again, the spot in the game where you think they could have gone. Lay it on me. Go ahead. Or was
it was right after Georgia had kicked the field goal to retake the lead at 30-28.
Right.
Tennessee had that 4-play, 72-yard or 75-yard drive where the TD pass to Staley that Cinco mentioned, where he rolled left, and we had 2 receivers, and there was only 1 defender there, and he covered the guy short, and Staley was wide open. We go up 34-30. If you go for 2 there, you know, I don't think there's a difference between being up 4 or being up 5. So if you go for 2 there, you go up 36-30, and then that ensuing field goal that you settled for would have put you up 9. And even if you don't make it, you're still up 4, and that field goal puts you up 7. So Georgia still ties you with a touchdown. They just wouldn't have gone for 2. That was the only thing in the moment that I kind of wondered was we maybe go for 2 there. All the other stuff I can understand Heupel getting conservative, and I'm not going to question any of that because that's just a judgment call right there. And at the end of the day, you still had a field goal with a chance to win the game. So all the stuff you did, you still gave yourself a chance to win.
And see, this stuff eventually filters down to from the pros to the college. There will come a point in time where everybody goes for dose there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just think I watch a lot of NFL games, and it's night and day in the last 6 or 7 years. You would never in a million years see an NFL team run the ball 3 times there. They're going to try and win. They're going to put that ball in the quarterback's arm. And in college, you're paying this quarterback all this money. You're always going to – I understand. I mean, this is very common. What Heupel did is what's been done in the college game for 80 years. So, and so I'm not – it's not like it's – I don't think it really was something that people noticed, but – in the NFL, you're never in a million years not putting that ball in your quarterback's hand and letting him win or lose the game. And so I think the way Aguilar is playing, if you have Nico back there, I understand it. But the way Aguilar played, it's hard for me to swallow not taking a shot and trying to just put the game away.
But you're mixing my you're mixing my metaphor.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm back to the 4-point game because I'm trying to set up a Dos Equis spot, and you're back talking about the damn 3 runs.
Oh yeah. No, Matt was
right
what
about
are we
that. I
doing
thought
here?
you were going back to the
What
thing,
are we
but yeah,
doing? You're mixing my
2-point play at
metaphors.
34th. Well, no, it's the same thing though,
You're on my
because
bit.
the reason you do
You're stepping on my
the reason you don't do it is because you want to make them have to go for 2 is what Heupel's thinking. Like, worst case scenario, say you don't get it, then they can just kick the field goal and you're down 3. If you get it, if you make the extra point and then they score, they're going to have to go for 2. So the conventional wisdom is that you want to be the one who's you want to force the other team to have to go for 2. But the 2-point plays are over 50% now over the last, I believe they're 53% or 54 in college. So it's not a disadvantage to go for 2. You get more points every time you go for. I mean, if you go for 2 every time, really, I think that's what some teams will start to do probably in the next 5 years. But I think that there's not. It's not like it's some crazy thing to make them go for 2. You saw at the end of the game, like going up 8 is not that. I mean, it's not much different than being up 7.
No, that play was
teams
wide
have
open.
1 2-point play, and they got that 2-point play easily at the end of the game.
And by the way, they were like 3 for 9 the last couple years on 2-point plays, and they got that thing like it was nobody business.
Well, remember, a lot of those were against Georgia Tech, where they're down to like their 4th or 5th 2-point play. And remember that overtime last year?
Oh yeah.
When you had to run like 6 of them in a row.
So I guess we're going to count that. By the way, we're going for Dose. And that's what we're doing with Dos Equis Lager Especial. Then we go back to our phones. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Dos Equis Lager Especial, your golden Pilsner style beer. You see, Blair, of Winners and Losers fame, presented by our friends at Dos Equis, as we lay it down on Thursdays, C stepped on the bit there. He was going back to the, here, I was just trying to get him and Matt to the Dos Equis bit, and these guys. We're trying to re-adjudicate the case over here. I'm just trying to give Dos Equis some love. Cervezas Mexicanos. ¿Qué pasa, amigo? You know what I'm saying? 2025 Cervezas Mexicanos. Dos Equis Especial. Golden Pilsner style beer. Choice of hops. Balanced composition. Smooth, clean finish. Party guest always invited. Never overstays his welcome. And listen to me. You dress it up. You will go for it. A lager beer is what we're talking about. It's a pale lager. Also, we have Ambar Special. We have a Vienna lager with a richer flavor. You got to try it. See what I'm talking about. And go for it, ladies and gentlemen. If you go over to Dissecting.com, you can register for beer for a year. And you can go for Dos. Back to the phones we go. All I'm trying to do is just do a little love, for Cervezas Mexicanas. And my boy C's over here. I mean, hell, man, he's over here retrying the case. Marcos Garza and the Garza Law Firm. And Marcos, we don't do double jeopardy here. I mean, we just, he's at the Garza Law Firm online at garzalaw.com. Say it, know it, and write it down. On our TLD Logistics phone line, we go back to the phones. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, what's up, guys? Joshy boy.
Hey, Joshy boy.
Tough loss, guys.
Uh-huh.
But I was very, very proud of our guys, how they played, and they were in it with Georgia the whole game. Just couldn't finish.
Really painful, man. And you knew Josh. When you got to overtime, you knew we didn't have the horses to run that race at the end.
Right. And I didn't have like a clear view like Matt did as well. Did he just hook it right, Gilbert?
He pushed
on that
it.
Kick?
Yeah, he just pushed it right. It looked like live, and I got to go back and rewatch it tomorrow. It looked like he might have slipped. His plant foot might have slipped a little bit, but a lot of times those guys' plant foots do slip a little, but it looked like that one slipped. Eric, did you have a good look at it, the kick, and then kind of what was said about it after the game as well, Eric Waddell?
You know what? I wasn't there for that part of the discussion of it.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying. I think that the thing I keep thinking is, for him to miss the kick that way, something must have happened. What, I don't exactly know, but
Snap, hold,
I mean,
laces,
yeah,
or
just
something. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think this team is so tight with each other that whatever that something is, he's going to swallow it.
Right.
And he's going to get blamed for it because this team's so tight with each other.
Yeah. Do you guys feel like when they got that fumble and they were on offense and it led to the field goal, do you think Tennessee kind of got too conservative on that drive on offense?
Eric, what do you think? A lot of us have spoken on that. What do you think, E?
Now, are we talking? Which drive are we talking about?
You got a 5-point lead.
Fumble.
We strip sack, fumble, ball. I guess ball where 38 was the ball. Is that right?
38.
38-yard line. Yep.
Yeah. No, I was a little bit. I was surprised at our approach there. Yeah. No, especially because you have a chance to really make them backpedal. You know, you can really knock them on their ass at this point, and I was just kind of surprised that we didn't at least take a shot to do that.
True.
So yeah, I mean, I understand the other side of the argument. By the way, I mean, you want to control things at that point. You're trying to eliminate opportunity for them. But I was a little bit surprised we didn't kind of go for the jugular there, just being honest.
Yeah, I agree with that, Eric. And out the door, all I had to say left was I think 10-2 is a very possibility. I think this team, from what they showed tonight, they can make the college football playoff because they're going to be favored in most of their games the rest of the season. Maybe besides Alabama and maybe Florida. Have a great night. Go Big Orange.
Thank you. But I look on that schedule and Oklahoma is very good. I don't know what's going to be left of them. If this Mateer guy keeps running around like a madman the way he has early in the season, but this league, because of this NIL stuff, I don't know if you guys are paying attention to this, but Vanderbilt's pretty formidable. Like, I don't know what to tell you. They're beating the absolute hell out of the South Carolina team.
What's going to be left of them when they get to the end of their schedule?
Brian?
Beat back the point of attack.
Matt, are they any good?
They're okay. They're really good at what they do.
Yeah. And they throw the ball better than they did last year.
They were that last year, too. And spotted a 14-0 lead and got ran off the floor by Nico. But they're pretty
Arkansas
good.
is on the drive. They have
not anymore. They just threw an interception.
Okay.
See, Matt's 5 minutes ahead of you. Matt sees into the future. When Matt watches TV, he watches the reaction of all the plebeians out there. AC, why does Vanderbilt look different to me? And are they different or the same old thing?
No, I think they closed not only a 1.5 point underdog at South Carolina. They're better than South Carolina, I think, pretty clearly. Pavia, like Matt said, they do what they do really well. I would say I don't think they're going to probably beat Tennessee at Neyland, but I mean, it probably wouldn't matter where it is with obviously the crowd situation when we play there. But yeah, I think I guess I would amend the thing about Mississippi State. Even though the game's in Neyland, I think that's probably your fifth toughest game. They're really good at what they do. If Pavia can stay, obviously last year Pavia was, a shell of himself when at the end of the year there. He couldn't do anything that he likes to do. But they've fortified some things. They have probably the best tight end in the country. And up front, they've gotten bigger and stronger, and
their defensive
did pretty well in the portal.
Yeah, their defensive line's nasty. Like Matt was cracking on me for saying point of attack. Listen, their
offensive line's been way more impressive than their defensive line.
They might have broken Virginia Tech.
No, Virginia Tech's broken. They've sucked for a decade, Brian.
Virginia Tech's so bad, Brian, I thought that Ricky Ronnie was their coach, and he's a damn Old Dominion. Is that what you told me tonight, Brian?
Yeah, that's what you said. That's what you told me. That's what you told everybody.
Back to the phones we go. I mean, Sellers is hurt. Vanderbilt has crushed them. They are dream crushers now. I don't, and that's the era we're living in. And like C said, they did a really nice job in the portal. Here's the thing. The transfer portal and the fact that the SEC gives these high-level athletes from all over the country an opportunity to play in the Premier League, you know what they all want to do? Well, they do want to get paid, but they all want to play in the NFL. And they all want to judge themselves off others. And guys like Pavia, and Sean, you said it earlier, guys like Pavia and guys like Joey Football get an opportunity in a league where the front door, okay, the front door is all these five-star quarterbacks. The back door, though, okay, the back door are these other guys that they have to make deals with. Because these other guys, because the 5-stars and the 4-star guys, I mean, the hit rate on them is what, Sean? What's the hit rate on those guys, the quarterbacks? What do you think the hit rate is?
Stars?
Yeah, on quarterbacks especially.
I think it's decreased over the past several years.
Yes, it has.
And because I truly believe that a lot of these rankings are made in shorts and on camp circuits and in Elite 11s where you're thrown into trash cans and you're judged on how well you can work on a whiteboard and stuff like that. But I think you made a couple of good points here. First of all, South Carolina is not South Carolina without Lenore Sellers. You can just tell the bubbles pop there. They're not the same team. I give credit to Vanderbilt, but the other thing is there an SEC team that maybe Ole Miss, but that doesn't have a credible quarterback? I mean, your Penn State boy up at Missouri, he's a really nice player.
Nice player.
The green kid in Arkansas, he's
Kentucky's
Kentucky,
right.
okay, but you got 16 teams and 14 of them have credible quarterbacks.
Well put.
You won't find that in any other league.
Hell no. And these guys all want to get in the league where they go against the best, Sean, and that's the point. And the weirdest thing about this guy that Tennessee got is he's a scrap heap guy, okay? It's what they got him. It's like they found him, and that saying, it connotes that he was literally laying in somebody's garbage, like somebody in my neighborhood one time, some old baseball cards. Somebody was throwing them out. They were like from the 40s and 50s.
Dude, he's a baller. He's a baller.
He's a baller. And he's in the top 5 in the league right now in a very good quarterback league. He's one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league right now. There's no doubt that's true. He's a baller. Hello and welcome into our next call. I hate we lost today, but I love that we're getting to talk this out and sort of celebrate some of the stuff that happened today. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hey, Tone, it's Andrew from Maryville.
Hey, Andrew, welcome in.
Pretty disappointing how well we played, that result, but really disappointing for the Basilio family. Tone, you and Mr. Seaton have to issue a public apology to WLN. He told us all week that kicking game was going to be 33% of the result, and he was right.
C, are you ready to climb on board? WLN, if you're listening right now, I'm sorry.
Yes. I was never I wasn't bashing WLN. I was interested in what his 100 percentile breakdown, and he was dead on.
Because the crowd really was like 18%. The kicking game was 33%. Our defense was probably about 15% in retrospect. Andrew,
we need to get a breakdown from WLN every week.
Actually, we don't. But thank you.
Games like this, especially against the better teams, and when it's disappointing like this, I try to just kind of zoom out and look at what I thought before the game, before the season, and try to put things in perspective. Going into this one, I was just trying not to get embarrassed, and I wanted to see us improve in terms of defending the middle of the field where we've just gotten torched, and maybe get over 20 points. And I didn't think we'd get that in the first 10 minutes, but I think it's a check mark on both of those in terms of improvement. And I think it's in terms of the season, hearing about the offense through fall camp, expectations are pretty low. So I was kind of going about this. My real goal this season was to see Heupel kind of tweak the offense, because I think that it's kind of been figured out, and some of it was the quarterback, but I think we needed to add stuff, get more multiple, We didn't need to go tempo all the time, didn't need to go the wide splits all the time. And he's done that, and it didn't just work against Syracuse, worked against Georgia. So, I mean, that's a massive victory for the future of the program. I think our offense is going to be there for a long time.
Andrew, I couldn't agree more with that. Watson Brown talked about it this week. He said, Tony, this stuff they're doing is here to stay, and they're going to start in the game by throwing the ball in the middle of the field. And that's exactly what they did on the first play of that drive. That first script was, look, Georgia, this is different now. We're not going to be as wide as we've been. What you saw on film is what you're going to see from us. And they took the damn thing and put it down the field and down their throats. That first quarter, guys, that's some of the prettiest stuff we've ever seen in our lives in that stadium. Amazing.
Yeah, you know, I do wonder, though, about the adjustments, which obviously Kirby's so great at. It almost felt to me like we had some preconceived notions about what Georgia was going to look like and what we were going to look like. Because I think after last year, Tim Banks wanted to prove a point and blitz a ton, but that has to change when, number one, both your top corners are out, which, you know, you want to leave Ricky and Dramad on islands. I wouldn't do it as much as they did, but, you know, it's a little more plausible. But especially, I mean, I think the only blitz I saw get home was the one in the red zone, which is obviously easier to defend and coverage. You can get home easier. But I didn't see it get home once, and we just stuck with it like we wanted to prove a point.
Thank you. Great talking to you. And great talking to you, Andrew. I just don't know what you do because your cornerbacks you're trying to help them. And I know you're putting them on an island, but if you play just straight coverage, they're going to get burned anyway. Sean, thoughts on it?
Well, I'm not sure you had to do that. I mean, they started bringing more people toward the end, but more so to stop the run, and they did that. I think the second half little stagnation was simply because this offense is absolutely built on having a first down play to get something so that you can get to the line quickly with second. Those two series got choppy real quick with either penalties. Joey had a series or two where he was just throwing behind. He wasn't laser sharp. And he give Georgia credit, too. I mean, they're very good. But, geez, I don't know. I mean, you sat there and you saw Caleb Herring looked every bit of James Pierce against UVA 2 years ago. You know, we still have and I know this harangue is a broken record. We still have issues at linebacker. Our angles are not great. Our run fits are not great. Our linebackers make a lot of tackles, a la A.J. Johnson, 7-8 yards down the field. But again, I'm not going to rip them because they had Nathan Robinson. They had Ethan Utley. They had second and third stringers who are nice players, but they're not Georgia-level players. I just think the defense, again, giving up 44 points, I think they played as well as they could. And I thought Tim Banks did a nice job at the end of the game, slowing Georgia down. You keep that offense and that team that's been laying on you for 40 minutes a game, and you hold them to field goals, those are wins in my book.
There's no doubt about that. See, you've got a super chat question over here on YouTube I must address. Josh Carter wants to know, does Texas have a credible quarterback?
Good question. I actually thought about saying that, to be honest. When Cinco was asking if everybody has a credible quarterback, I don't think Texas does, no. Arch today, from what I only saw a little bit of it on TV there at the game. I mean, how bad is Arch? And here's the problem. Arch has been there and he's been built up. So they had not recruited well at all behind him. It's not like Jalen Hurts with Tua behind him or what Texas would normally have as a backup quarterback. They have nothing behind him, so they're going to live and die by him. And I don't think he's going to be able to do it. And I know that some people are going to say, oh, he's going to figure it out, whatever. I'm very worried about that.
I don't think he can play.
Lagway just threw a pick in the triple coverage in the end zone.
It was so great, Matt.
He's so bad, so bad.
It was so great. So is Lagway sophomore slumping, Matt? Is that what we're seeing here?
Well, he's certainly elevating LSU's defense.
He looked like a kid that doesn't take the coaching.
Brian Kelly's telling Billy Napier to spot the ball. Spot the ball.
This is so great, guys.
This would be 10-10. Lagway's giving them 10 points and just gave them another. They were in field goal range to get to a one-score game, and he just threw one up.
Totally
This Notre Dame Texas A&M game is rivaling our game.
Barn burner, lay it on me, Brian. What's going on there?
It's 34-31 Irish early fourth quarter.
Wow.
They just kicked a go-ahead field goal.
I'm getting all over.
It's gone back and forth like that all night.
Will the caller South Florida call in Monday? Asking for a friend.
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in.
It'll be Central Florida by then.
I'll tell you what South Florida needs, though. My friends at Performance Medicine can put a little lead in his pencil because, ladies and gentlemen, they are East Tennessee's hormone expert. And South Florida, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to any guy that's sick and tired of being sick and tired. Hormone therapy services, Kingsport, Johnson City, Bristol, West and North Knoxville. Here's the thing about Dr. Rogers and Performance Medicine. They don't want to treat you sick. They want to keep you well. And that is a special distinction from what they do. Plus, they don't play the insurance game. They are buy here, pay here, cash deal. What you see is what you get. It is what it is, and what it is great, cutting-edge treatment. And they're going to take great care of you at Performance Medicine. Now, with the hormones, as you age, your hormones decline. As your hormones, you're going to decline in every way. Don't decline. Don't take the flag. Take the flag at Don't decline. Take the penalty with Performance Medicine. Don't decline. As the great Mark Griffin likes to say. Performance Medicine online at performancemedicine.net. Also, check out their YouTube channel, and you'll learn a lot of great stuff about what they do. And Dr. Rogers is those people are incredible. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're live on the air. Love it. Welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony.
Hey.
Bobby.
Hey, welcome in.
How funny is it that Vanderbilt is just very far eastern New Mexico State University? You see their backup quarterback just came in. He's also from New Mexico State.
It's kind of next level. Well, I met a guy yesterday.
It's kind of awesome. They're just sold out for it.
A guy who doesn't want me to say this on the air hung out with Jerry Kill at a pool tournament in Nashville. He said Jerry Kill looked at him and said, "Why do you have that hat on?" He was wearing a Tennessee hat. And then they got to talk. He said, Jerry Kill and I hung out for like 2 hours. Our wives exchanged phone numbers. And he said Jerry Kill is one cool dude. He said he is absolutely next level. Hey, Vanderbilt's got a nice little team. They're
a nice football club.
They're not bad, are they? They're not bad.
They're not bad. No, and South Carolina sucks ass. They're really bad.
Yeah,
they
Matt's
have one player, and he ain't playing no more this year.
Yeah, Matt's going to get his wish this year. Yeah.
Can I ask a weird question, Tony? After this game, I feel like we don't drop anywhere in the standings. I feel like almost like we took a loss and we move up in the standings.
Hey, Matt, how will the Vols be viewed? Let's kick it around. That's a great and I want to come back to you. How will the Vols be viewed, Matt? By the polls, by everybody.
It's a good point. They'll probably drop a spot or two, but they really shouldn't.
No.
I mean, there'll be some pollsters that drop them. Although I guess Florida State ranked pretty high after losing last week. So maybe Tennessee gets elevated, but they shouldn't drop far at all. There's a lot more positive, I think, that you can take from this game moving forward than the negatives.
Yeah. Hey, see,
it's Vegas, a good point we haven't talked about.
Hey, see, what does Vegas do with the Vols? Like on these models, what do they do with the Vols after today?
I saw their national title odds on one of the books. They went from 60 to 1 to 30 to 1 to win the national title.
There you go, Bobby.
After a loss.
There you go.
Yeah, guys, I think we're. Okay, a lot of people came out of tonight with a lot of negative things to say, and that's fair. I was there. Okay, you can probably hear it in my voice. I was there. And we had a lot to be desired in certain moments. Here's the other thing. Tennessee's pretty damn good at football this year. Our quarterback's pretty good. Our wide receivers are better than we thought. Our offensive line is very good. Our running backs are exceptional. Our defense is okay, and we're missing 3 starters. That's the wildest part. Guys, here's a hot take and a prediction. I think your University of Tennessee Fighting Mighty Orange play Georgia again in about, 8 weeks, 9 weeks? Call it 9 weeks, 12 weeks, whatever, somewhere in there, sometime in December. I think we're going to play them in the SEC title game. I think you just saw tonight the two best teams in the SEC. I really believe that because I think Texas is ass. I think Arch Manning, if his name was Arch Smith, he would have been a 3-star out of high school, and he wouldn't be starting there, period. I don't think he's very good. I think Tennessee is very, very good, and when they get healthy, we're missing 5 starters tonight. If we get healthy, guys, we're making the playoffs. I don't see us losing. I can't believe I'm sheeping this much, but I don't see us losing another game. And if we do, it doesn't matter as long as it's a decent team, say Alabama on the road. We're making the playoffs. Josh Heupel has raised our level. His ceiling is fine with me, by the way, Tony. You were talking about ceilings and floors. If we make the playoffs every year, I don't need to win another SEC title for the rest of my life. I'm totally happy with it. Make the playoffs because that's the barometer, and this is a playoff team. Guys, have a nice evening.
Matt, do you agree with that? And I appreciate the call.
It was actually my thought, kind of late in the game, especially if Tennessee won. One of my takes was going to be that Tennessee will see Georgia again this year. So I do think it's still possible, obviously, but no, he's right on the SEC championship because that's kind of been rendered meaningless now, and it's a playoff sport, and all you got to do is go 10-2 to get in the playoffs, and then a lot of variables can happen from that point on. But
it's a hell of a call he has because the floor is really high with this guy. It just is. That style of play, you're going to run teams. You're going to run the teams you should run out of the deal. You're going to overwhelm them with that speed. And then when you get in games like this, you're going to win your fair share of these games. We've already seen it under him, Sean. He's a lot better than I ever thought he would be. A lot better.
Yeah, he is. I appreciate the passion from Roberto, but I can't go with there because you got to be able to get off the field on third down, and I don't know when and if. I don't think Ricky Gibson's coming back. Jermon McCoy is going to make a huge difference because then you have 3. Even though he got torched today, I still think Ty Redmond's a legit SEC cornerback. So you have 3 with McMurray in there thrown in, Boo, etc. But if you don't get back Jackson Moy and David Hobbs, then you're playing this rest of this SEC schedule with true freshmen and some second and third stringers on your defensive front, and that's a big ask. If those guys all come back, it sets up nicely for you, though.
No doubt about it. When you're this beat up, though, you have to acknowledge you're this beat up. And we're not excuse making. Like if you're a Georgia fan and and there are Georgia fans in our YouTube room, they've been commenting and Twitter Spaces and Twitter, and we see you, we hear you. I give you a lot of credit. It was a hell of a game today. But Tennessee's really beat up. Georgia's kind of beat up. Georgia had a true freshman today at guard that we kind of exposed and exploited, and that's what happens in this league, man. But if you are compromised in enough places, these teams here in this league will absolutely take advantage of you and will knock you out. Vanderbilt, when did they knock that quarterback out, guys? Was that in the first half? Is that when that was?
Yeah, it was in the first half, but they were going to win that game anyway.
They smoked them.
Minus Sellers isn't very good.
No, they smoked them, though, in that second half. They had 0 chance. But it's an interesting league. It's really an interesting league that we see this year. This is as balanced from top to bottom. Because I think C's right. You look at Texas, AC minus their quarterback play. I think they have the best team in the league, but their quarterback play
Fifth
sucks.
interception, 5th INT for Lagway. This is incredible.
Pathetic.
He's thrown 5 picks, and LSU has 9 first downs, and they're going to win by 10.
And then Florida's got 23 first downs.
Florida's defense 2 weeks in a row has been incredible, and they're just pissing it away. Lagway's just pissing it away.
He doesn't even respect it, does he, guys?
He's so poorly coached.
Yeah, he is poorly coached, Sean. That's a good word.
Playing SEC football like he's in high school. He has no fundamentals whatsoever.
I say checker the swamp in the November.
That's just such a bad offense. Their passing game concepts are so
checker
bad.
The swamp.
Mike Huguenin yesterday goes, let me tell you something about Billy Napier. He goes, he's a Sunbelt coach. That's all he is. And Bino goes, Sunbelt Billy. That's what Matt calls him. Let's go back to our phones and get our next call in. It was great, Bino. Yes, hello and welcome in. You're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Tony B, it's Judd.
Hey, Refalytics Judd. How you doing, man?
If I was better, I'd be Tony Basilio.
Oh, boy.
You know, I don't think, I know it's disappointing, but, the loss, Tennessee should have won, but they didn't win, but oh well. That's kind of how the cards crumble. But, when you look at the difference between Heupel and Smart, I think, when you look at where the programs are, this is my take.
Yep.
Heupel is almost as good as Kirby at building a program. The difference is Heupel values character over talent. Kirby values talent over character, and I would rather have Heupel. And I'm completely fine with that.
Sean, anybody have a thought on that?
Well, I can appreciate that, and as a multiple graduate of the school, I agree with you. However, you're not going to win many trophies with that. I mean, you take a look at Nick Saban valued talent over character. Pete Carroll did the same. I mean, obviously, if you had a work release, you could play for Urban Meyer. So that's just the way it is. It's the difference between. Make no mistake, Kirby Smart on defense is Josh Heupel's equivalent. He's one of, if not the best defensive coordinator in the country. But the difference is that there's no comparison between the two of those guys as recruiters. And you can't say anymore that Georgia has the advantage of in-state because they recruit the nation as well as anybody does right now. And Heupel's just not geared to be that kind of recruiter.
And I completely agree. I think Heupel could do a better job recruiting.
But we've narrowed the gap talent-wise a lot. I mean, there used to be a gulf, and now it's just a small gap.
Well, I would contend I would contend that your narrowing of the gap is through the transfer portal, not through high school recruiting.
I don't care where they get them.
Yeah, I guess when I say recruiting, I'm talking about
Josh Heupel's not even in the same stratosphere as Kirby Smart as a recruiter. Not even close. You're talking
you're right. I'm not arguing that with you, Sean, at all.
But they have narrowed the gap, though, which is really interesting.
Sure.
Which is really interesting.
Sure.
But go ahead, Judd. You were saying.
No, I completely get that because obviously Kirby knows what he's doing because the moment he got the job, the first thing he did was he went to state Congress and changed state laws.
Sunshine laws. He sure did. Yes.
So he knows what he's doing because he's like, I'm going to recruit criminals because I want to win ball games. But as a fan's perspective, I don't want to root for criminals. For me, I'd rather be proud of my team not committing crimes than winning an SEC fake championship because you're a bunch of criminals. That's my moral code.
Let's not lose sight that the original trophy was called the Fulmer Cup. I mean, we can talk all we want about the virtues of our programs, but nobody ran a bigger renegade program than the War Captain. Let's get real.
Yeah, Urban Meyer did. Don't. That's ridiculous.
Well, I don't know.
I'm not a fan of Phil. I'm not a fan of Phil Fulmer. You've never met somebody. I know Phil Fulmer personally. Phil Fulmer as a person, I worked for him
for 4 years. I worked for him for 4 years.
Okay, Fulmer as a person, I'm fine with. Fulmer as a coach, I dislike more than Majors. And
I love Coach Fulmer. I love Coach Fulmer, but to to suggest that the Tennessee is anywhere close to a altar boy program in the history, that's ludicrous.
No, he's not saying that, though. He's talking about...
Nobody's claiming. I'm not saying
he's
that.
saying that this
at
current
all.
coach...
Not even close.
This current coach doesn't compromise.
You're completely taking my words out of context.
I feel you,
Okay,
Jody.
well, hold on a second. Hold on. If I misspoke, what I'm saying is that my original response to you was, and please forgive me if I mischaracterized what you're saying, I said that I love Josh Heupel as a multiple graduate myself, and I'm proud of the way he does it. But with that way of doing things, you won't hoist, and that's what I said, you won't hoist many trophies. And then I
agree. 100% I agree. However,
because those guys do not care about character. So I do agree with you, and I'm sorry if I was snappy. That's not my intent.
We're all just pissed off tonight, John. We're all just pissed off.
I 100% agree that Kirby Smart will win more championships and have more trophies than Josh Heupel. I 100% agree because of his method. However, when I go to sleep at night, I'm going to sleep better because I'm a Tennessee fan versus a Georgia fan because they've got a bunch of criminals and Heupel doesn't. This is the difference between the two that I think is the difference between tonight wasn't just talent. Heupel is too nice. Like, for example, so I'll give you an example. So my wife is from the Dominican Republic. The only sport she knows in her life is baseball. That's it. She don't know any other sport. She has learned a little bit about basketball because she's married to a complete I'm a total degenerate. But we're watching football tonight. They get a strip sack. And my wife, who knows, she calls touchdowns home runs. That's how little she knows about football. So here's somebody who knows so little about football that she calls touchdowns home runs. Tennessee gets a strip sack. And my wife says, how come he's not even trying to score a home run?
4 hours later, that resonates with me. 4 hours bathing in this for 4 hours, that resonates with me, my friend.
So here's somebody who has no idea about the game whatsoever and can clearly recognize he's not even trying to score. And the only response I could give to her is our buddy Fulmer is in the building tonight, and he's trying to give him some honor.
John, thank you.
Well, unfortunately, Fulmer's taken strays from both of us. And again, Judd, I apologize for my snappiness. You're a wonderful caller, and I'm sorry about that.
Judd, let's go back to the phones. 865-200-5402. And AC,
unfortunately for Judd, most fans don't care one bit if they got a team full of questionable characters as long as they're winning games.
Oh no, are you kidding?
They don't care. I mean, I remember Tennessee fans in the 90s. I don't remember too many Tennessee fans that were thinking, wow, we got a bunch of whatever on our team. They were just wanting to win the games.
Hey, Matt.
They were more upset because they couldn't beat Florida.
Hey, Matt, folks listening back to this are going to know the answer to this, tomorrow. Because people will listen anyway, okay? Is Texas A&M going to A&M in this thing, or are they going to win their first road game versus a ranked non-conference opponent? And so you're ready for this. You brought the stat up, Matt. Since when?
It's sometime in like the late 70s.
79 against Penn State.
Against your Penn State boys.
Okay, they're not my Penn State boys, but that's the third time you said it. Okay, so, Matt.
If I had to guess, I think Notre Dame's going to win.
Yes, they are.
But their offense, they've scored a lot of points, but I don't know. They're just not clicking at all.
How are they doing?
And then A&M's just kind of A&M.
See, how is Notre Dame like in this game as I watch this thing?
A&M looks like the better team here, obviously.
A lot better. A lot better.
Yeah, I mean, I've been high on A&M. It's like you've said, though. The problem with A&M is just that they're A&M. But if you put a Texas helmet on them or an Alabama helmet, I think we'd be talking about them as right up there at the top of the league, too. They look like a pretty good team, and
obviously Reed's a little shaky at times, but if they weren't A&M, we'd be talking about how impressive they've looked tonight, not whether they would choke, I think.
They have a history of having a history. Back to the phones we go on Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. Shout out to Josh Collins and my Collins Insurance Agency. Josh Collins, I love you. If we won, you were going to be in here tonight, and we were going to be breaking it down scientifically and moving right to left across the device. But I love you. I appreciate you. We entrust the Raymer studio to Josh Collins through my friends at Erie Insurance, who Josh writes, and they've got so much great stuff. And you got to experience the Collins Insurance difference. You can get insurance. I know you can get it anywhere. But Josh Collins will give you the Collins Insurance difference, and he is the man. He is what you call the man. So, collinsinsuranceTN.com. Back to our phones we go. Hello, you're on the air.
Good evening, gentlemen. It's Pete in St. Louis. How are we?
Hey, St. Louis Pete.
I want to call in and say, before I discovered you and your show, nights like tonight would be the most depressing, miserable, alone, living away from Knoxville, being a volunteer fan, I'm only one in my whole neighborhood. The cathartic nature of this community that you create, and I appreciate you and all the guys' time. It's easy to take, especially after a loss, to put in the hours you guys have put in. I've been trying to call in for a couple hours. I went to my son's house and watched the game with my little grandkids and him, and it still rips your heart out because you love the team so much. But to just listen to your show, it kind of helps me get through it, and I really appreciate your all's time in doing it. And there's just something about that Basilio and that Tennessee community that helps us get through these things, and I really appreciate you guys. I want to say about Joey Aguilar, what I love about what I saw tonight is not just the physical stuff, how quickly he picked up the offense, but his mental fortitude. At every opportunity, when we needed him to make a play, when we needed him to run the 2-minute drill, he did it. And like a caller a few weeks back said, there's 8 weeks to really prepare for the hardest part of the season, and we've got a lot ahead of us. I don't think there's any easy games ahead of us based on what we're seeing in the rest of the SEC, but I am really excited to watch him gain more and more command of this Heupel offense.
Man, that is so well put. He is so much better than I ever dreamed he was. Ironically, I was calling him Joey Football in the summer, having fun. Look, what's a man supposed to do? You know, the guy that we put all our eggs in our basket up and leaves us and leaves Tennessee high and dry, and they have to take this Aguilar guy. They essentially made a de facto trade. You know the crazy thing about sports, Sean? They won that trade. Like, if you were keeping score, it would be 10 points for the Vols, 2 points for the other guy. It's not even close, Sean, on the scoreboard. It's not even close.
No, and you know, it's somewhat of a microcosm of life. If you do the right thing, eventually good fortune shines on you. And I just couldn't help. It was mentioned last week. I couldn't help but think of, and this is not a slam at the kid in the West Coast. Is you had the two contrasting stories. You had the Aguilar family who's just so fired up about his kid's chance. And can you imagine being part of his family, listening to 100,000 people cheer for him? And then on the other side, the other family, every day they were asking for more and more. Whether it was during the recruitment, and you know it's true, a private plane to fly their entourage over for visits, or big league and families at the ticket line with Danny Burnley, and on and on and on. It makes you so appreciative, and it's so easy to love a kid like Joey Aguilar. And I kid that this is going to be a Hallmark movie someday. I mean, it's just set up for, like, I don't know if it's a championship, but I think this will go down as one of our favorite seasons in a long time.
I agree with that. This thing
and
feels
I think
very special.
And I think Maggie nailed it earlier when she said he did nothing to diminish his national story. This is going to continue to build, and rightfully so. And the pieces that SEC Network and ESPN did on him today, it's the kind of stuff people are craving for. And that kid deserves every bit of it for his fortitude and just sticking to life. Life is hard, man. Forget football. Life is hard.
Damn straight.
And for him to do the things he's done, it's an incredible story.
It's so well put, Pete, on so many levels because, and we had a caller earlier from Georgia, and I love the guy's passion. He said, look, the game's not like it used to be. It's not. But sport is such that you can find, like you're a Cardinal fan, I'm a Phillies fan, you will always find guys among the sea of millionaires and billionaires. You will always find that blue-collar person that helps your team win the World Series. You will always have a Joey football in college football. Always. And I hold on to those guys. And Tennessee has one right now that has fallen out of the sky. I mean, it is just blind luck. They didn't scout this guy. I mean, they didn't say, hey, this is good. This guy's going to run our offense. They got this guy in here, and they were like, damn, this guy's going to run our offense. We can do a lot of stuff with this guy that we couldn't do with the last guy. That is now that I've seen him on an SEC field, because that's what he was on today, that's the weirdest thing about the Heupel era, Pete, is that the guys he picks can't do it, and the guys he gets stuck with are better than the guys he picks. And by the way, he's a very good coach. But what I'm saying is undeniable at this point, is it not?
I mean, it is the third time. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
It's bizarre.
And we talked a few weeks back about the comparison to Missouri in his OC year there and the level of talent there compared to what we have. But he still finds a way to take something that shouldn't be, and all of a sudden it's clicking. And it was so clear. My son and I kept commenting, especially the first half, is like, we got our offense back. I mean, scoring in the first quarter, 3 scores, scoring on 2 plays, big plays down the field. That offense and the speed and tempo, it's back. We got away from it in that second quarter, but seeing the offense that we fell in love with in the beginning, especially with Hendon Hooker, that is back. And that kid just was unflappable. And you see in his eyes when the camera zooms in, there's no panic, there's no doubt. He's in control, and that's just special. That mental side of the game is just special, and it's going to be fun to watch the rest of the year, and it's a hell of a kid to root for.
Great, thank you. And it's a great call. And the thing about him is, like, we're not pretending like he's some awesome pro player. Did he miss that extra point, Matt?
Well, the kicker didn't miss it, but they didn't make it.
A&M's got a chance. Here we go. A&M's got a chance.
You know what this quarterback situation reminds me of, Tony?
What's that?
And I'm going to mix sports here, but you remember early on, the very beginning of Bruce Pearl as a basketball coach at Tennessee, and the roster that he had was a bunch of, let's be honest, mostly scraps.
Yep.
And his teams with those scraps were just an amazing thing to watch. And when he started to recruit guys on paper that were much better, that's when he began to struggle a little bit. And I look at Heupel with the quarterbacks a little bit like that. He picks up he's got these quarterbacks that he's recruited that are really highly recruited guys.
Yep.
But it's the guys that he kind of inherited and, that have been his 2 standouts here.
The scrap heapers.
It's not,
yeah.
It's scrap heap guys.
It's weird. I mean, this guy is so damn good at this offense that you cannot make it up. But they didn't scout him. They never knew that. They just got him. It was either going to be him or that Angeli guy. And listen, let me tell you something about the Angeli guy. He can't run. So he was never going to play this offense. How do I know? Because he's what you call Italian. And let me tell you something about Italians. They can't run. And let me tell you something about Texas A&M. They just took a kickoff return back for a touchdown that's going to get called back by a flag. You know why? Because they're Texas A&M. So there you have it.
That's the truth.
But let's go back to the phones, and we get our next call in because we're watching along. Like Pete said, it's part catharsis. You get to hear me argue with myself. Earlier in the show, I was pissed off at Heupel, and then you work through it, and I bet a lot of people are like, that guy's an asshole, I'm not going to listen to him anymore. Well, you're right. I am kind of a douchebag. But we are presented by our friends at Marcos Garza, your Garza Law Firm. Shout out to VIP Play. Shout out to all of our wonderful sponsors. Our friends at Calhoun's will be down there on Friday. They are the Taste of Tennessee. Waterside Contracting. Shout out to Walker's Painting. Shout out to T3 Vodka. Ladies and Germs. Shout out Josh Collins and my Collins Insurance Agency, Performance Medicine, online at performancemedicine.net. Shout it out loud, Dos Equis. Shout it out loud, Alumni Hall. Back to our phones we go. 2:41. Will A&M take the ball the length of the field, score, and make the extra point? Matt Dixon, what is the answer before I go back to the phones?
I'm still going to go with no. No, Notre Dame wins this game.
I mean, these poor damn guys. They have a team that just missed an extra point, and they're going to torment their fans with another loss. Hello and welcome into the next call. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, it's Nick. How you doing?
Hey, Nick. Good to hear your voice.
Hey, I was going to make 2 quick points and get off, but your last caller just made me think of something else.
Sure.
For the life of me, I don't want to see another 5-star pro-style quarterback in Heupel's offense starting again. This Aguilar has proved the point that you don't need that in this offense. You're instinctive, and you process quick, and that's all we need, and athletic.
Listen.
To make it go.
The guys he had at Central Florida kind of fit that mold, except for the kid that's playing in the NFL right now. Most of those guys were quick process, quick trigger, quick get-it-out guys. And Shawnee makes a decent point. Now, the kid they have next year, the kid they have online for next year is a hell of a prospect. And I know a guy that saw him last night because he was in town this weekend, and he tells me he is one big, great-looking athlete. So, I guess
there's a running threat, because you got to have a running threat at quarter of this offense, I think, at QB.
Yes, he is, Sean. Unpack him for us.
Well, I think a couple things. One, I hear what you're saying, caller, but I think it's you're not going to. First of all, you're not going to win the fan base if you're trying to recruit a 3 or 2-star Joey Aguilar. You're certainly not going to. You can get a processor all you want, but you're not going to get Tristan Keys to flip from LSU for a 2 or 3-star. Your point is well taken. This offense and the NFL is the same way. Besides your Joe Burrows and your ultra talented guys, a lot of teams are led by guys that just process well, and 5-stars, Jamarcus Russells, et cetera, don't work out. But I would suggest that you go for the best talent you can find in high school, and then if you have to supplement that in the portal, then go look for kids that process well.
I'll take that guy too.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Hey, on the game though, just 2 quick points I was going to make. One, what happened to the RPO after the first quarter? We were killing them with it, and we never went back to it. Second point, real quick, and I'll jump off. The no points in the second and third quarter, I thought was. I mean, there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts in the game, but golly, no points. Quarter 2, quarter 3, set us in a hole. Hey, thanks, Tony. Great show.
Thank you, my brother. Great talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Didn't the Vols get a quick score at the end of the third quarter, or did that happen right at the fourth quarter? I thought they got
There
one.
was 7 seconds left in the third quarter when they scored.
That's what I thought.
On the Brazil.
But his
I got a question for the panel.
But you went most of the third.
But his point's well taken. What he means is you went all the way through the third. But go ahead, Sean. You had a question. Go ahead.
I was at the game and I couldn't tell, but the play that knocked out Mike Matthews on TV, from my vantage point, it looked like a possible targeting, and nothing was ever mentioned about it. There was no review. There was no anything. Matthews went straight to the tent, and I know he came back in a second, but it looked to me, now from TV, we couldn't see. I mean, I couldn't see it from the thing, but what did it look like on TV? Did they even mention anything about that? Then the pass interference in the second half.
That was an awful call.
Where the ball was well behind and overthrown.
Awful.
That was terrible.
Awful. That's picking on a freshman. is what they did there. That was on. They called that on Redmond, and it was a horrendous call. And that Bill Lemonier guy, who's a total damn liar, that guy is the biggest shill and sheep for officials I've ever seen in my life. He came on and said that was a good call. He called that a good call.
On that play, the guy that they called the pass interference on, that wasn't even the intended receiver.
No, and
on the play.
And it was way over his head.
Yeah, it was uncatchable for that receiver. Like, there's no way you can make that call.
Lemonier said he inhibited his ability to get there to the spot. You can't assume. Assume my ass, you clown.
What about the targeting? What was or the non-targeting?
No,
was that?
I didn't think so. In fact, that was a textbook open field nasty ass hit is what that was.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you clearing that up.
To me, I mean, when you see it tomorrow, I'll be curious to hear what other people think of that. But it was one of those examples of how Georgia, and you said it earlier, man, they brought the wood today on defense. Now, they had their moments where they had some busted plays. They were hitting us. Aguilar took a couple of nasty shots, Sean. Their safeties hammered him a couple times.
Well, you won't, and I guess Aguilar's a nice runner, but he's not very shifty.
No.
And that was one of the best open field tackles you'll see.
Mm-hmm.
When he got loose and I don't know if there's a safety just said no.
Let him.
I don't think so.
Let him.
No, they're just so well coached defensively. Like
they are.
The leverages they do, the angles they take. And when you have 5-star guys who play that hard, and they have good technique. I mean, it's really, I hate to admit it, but it's really kind of fun to watch a team like that fly around as much as they do.
It is. Like Sean said in years past when we watched them down through the years doing these post games or just down through years in conversation, the thing that Kirby Smart does you have to really appreciate is he gets that team, when they get up, you don't mess with them. Like, they circle us, right? So we know that. But I mean to tell you, when they walk in that stadium, you're going to make plays on them. You're going to hit balls. You're going to hit plays. But they're going to play you whistle to whistle. And they're going to play you hard. And they're going to hit your ass. And they're going to get you on the ground most times. See, you and I were talking about that. They tackle like an NFL team. See, and that's exactly what we saw today. Did C leave us? Did we have a C? Yes, we did. That's exactly what they do.
Sweating out A&M Notre Dame.
He's sweating. Yep, I bet he has a bet, and he'll be back in here once that's over.
A&M's inside the Notre Dame 10.
Here's another point I'd like to see what you guys. Before this game, the last 4 games under Heupel, Georgia was averaging 4.25 to 4.5 sacks per game.
Yep.
By my count, they only had 1 today.
Yes.
Was that right?
Yes.
And the other thing is that the Aguilar interceptions, the first one was like a punt.
Yes.
I mean, he was trying to make a play, and then the second one, Braylon Staley fell down, or that likely would have been a first down.
Totally agree. That was not on him at all. And the first one was like a punch, Sean, and his arm was hit when he threw it, and it's just kind of, it was what it was. In fact, those 2 plays canceled each other out because their QB did it at the end of the half. I think Redmond picked that ball off, which good for him. That's a good counting stat for him towards the end of the year. Matt, your thoughts on how Tennessee kind of mitigated them and kept the sack numbers down today and really kept them clean for the most part?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. He had a clean pocket to throw from a lot early in the game. It was a lot of the underneath stuff, those kind of crossers, which it was just looked so good to have those guys, and they had space to run. But no, you protected Aguilar really well. It's really kind of why the whole David Sanders thing, I think, is kind of a not a big deal because you don't really need him at this point. I don't think. Like I wouldn't change that up, but you did pretty well there. Would have liked to have the running game going better. I did think it was interesting. Tennessee just played with the 11 personnel and 1 tight end for almost the entire game. I know Davis got banged up at one point, but he came in, I think, for that false start play at the end was the only time they went 2 tights from about middle of the second quarter on. So you tried to really kind of spread them out a lot more than maybe I thought you would. And you didn't get heavy in the run game, and the way Georgia plays, they kind of dictated with the light box that they were going to let you run, and we didn't do that to a great degree. But
Tennessee executed to a championship level, and we're watching A&M here. A&M just had a false start. They get the first and goal. About 45 seconds to go in the game. They need a touchdown to win the game. 2 consecutive false starts, and on the first one, a ball was snapped back to the quarterback that rolled back to his feet. That could have been a loose ball were it not for that. I mean, this is like, now they're back at the 20-yard line. First and goal back at the 20. This is the most A&M thing in the world. Tennessee played clean football today. They've played clean football through 3 games. I mean, yeah, you get penalties and, you got to have a couple turnovers like Sean's talking about. That's college football. None of this Lagway nonsense. I mean, and Aguilar was supposed to look like that, by the way. This has been very good on him and very good on the way he's been coached thus far. Is he going to have a weird game? He might. He might have a game where he throws the ball up a couple times. I mean, this is college ball. But let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You're on the air.
Hey, this is Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy. Good to talk to you.
Hey, again, disappointed in the game, but I'm impressed in a way. I know that may sound odd, but it's the beginning of the year. There's a lot to play for in front. Now, we can learn from this, but, man, throughout the last 15, 20 years, this game was over by halftime, but we're so close, and I just look at that. I feel more confident, maybe not in the defense overall, but I feel more confident in this team than last year's team. I know we got, we didn't do too good in the playoffs last year, our opportunity. But overall, I take this team in a heartbeat. Just the underdog mentality. And I think Tennessee overall, as a program, as a football program, has done good as an underdog, as being the underdog. But there's just so much to take from this. And I just really, really impressed with the offense. It reminded you of, this was probably the best offensive play called game since 2022, and I'll take that any day.
That first quarter felt like I was watching Roy Halladay back in the day pitch a perfect game in Miami for my Phillies, because that was a perfect game. In fact, if you look at the stats, nobody's ever had a quarter like that in Southeastern Conference football, according to these numbers geeks. And I'm not one, but I do know the eye test rather. And, man, some of that stuff was so pretty, and the eye candy Tennessee had. When you're sucking up an All-American safety the way Tennessee did today, and he's not even in the picture, at the back of a play that's occurring in a 25-yard space, and you throw that seam route in the middle of the end zone, I mean, my gosh, man, that was some beautiful offensive football today, all the way around. Just that first quarter. And that's the thing that hurts my heart, to lose that game. To look like that and then lose the game just hurts my heart.
But don't you think that if we can? I think next week comes a great opportunity to kind of somewhat get healed up and get past this. But man, if we could go down to Arkansas, but the Mississippi State, and avoid like a 2022 South Carolina or last year Arkansas type game. If we can go down there and win that, I'm telling you, I mean, Florida's gettable, and I know Alabama looked pretty, well today, but I think we can only afford one more loss. So, and I think Florida's gettable, Kentucky, Vanderbilt, or I don't think a question. And I just really think that it may seem bad, but it's not the end all be all. I think Tennessee proved to everybody, hey, they're not only one of the probably 4 best teams in the conference, because I know the conference deep, but I think that Tennessee can play spoiler, and I think they're going to be a thorn in a lot of people's sides this year.
Oh, I think they can play more than spoiler. I mean, if they do what you're saying,
absolutely,
they're going to go to the playoffs. If they do what you're saying, my thing though is that this league is such, and you said it. You take your eye off the ball for 5 seconds in this league, And you can turn a loss into 2 losses into 3 losses pretty quickly. Because all around college football, even like in the ACC, things are more balanced. Clemson never saw a Georgia Tech team that was that on par with them before this transfer portal stuff. This transfer portal thing is just all the talent in these leagues is making its way around the horn, here, there, and everywhere. And all you are is a couple injuries away from being hurting for certain, if you know what I mean. But you're right. That game in a couple weeks. Hey, Sean, describe the twilight zone that Starkville, Mississippi is for the uninitiated.
Well, it's just I like it down there, to be honest with you. I think I'd rather go down there than Oxford, believe it or not. People are so nice, but the sound is unrelenting. I mean, you think you can get it at, it's not just loud, it's so annoying. It's like a cicada is just all in your ears the whole time. And they may not win many games, but for the past 30 years, I've been watching them. All they do is just black and blue you, beat the living hell out of you, and you just don't want to go down there and play.
Yes.
And I'm not worried about them, but I respect the heck out of it. If we can't go down there and win that game, I get it. They had a nice game against Arizona State.
You're right, Sean.
We should go down there and handle business.
Sure.
But that doesn't kind of remind you all, and I'll get off here, but it doesn't remind you all kind of the 2022 season, these past 3 games, and especially after tonight, going up and putting that on a Kirby Smart defense, knowing that, hey, from here on out, I'll take my offense and chance it, and we got a better defense in 2022, statistically and talent-wise. But after tonight, yeah, it's disappointing. But I think, man, if we can get past the Mississippi State game, it's real. It's real.
Thank you, my man. Great talking to you.
Well, I'll tell you, another thing is you might not see it. He may not make any all SEC teams, but and he may not be a headliner, but you won't see a quarterback. And I know Aguilar played. You won't see a quarterback play much better in a clutch situation than Stockton did tonight.
Oh no!
The fourth down over the shoulder touchdown, that was amazing. Some of those 3rd and 4th downs he was picking up were just great throws.
A&M just made total history, y'all. They're an extra point away from winning a game at Notre Dame. I mean, there's something in the water today. But between that Georgia Tech thing and this thing right here, Clemson and Notre Dame are about to be eliminated from the playoffs, Matt, in the 3rd week of the season. Now, Matt, was that on your Cinco card? Matt Dixon.
Well, for Notre Dame, obvious with their start, I mean, Clemson could still win the ACC and backdoor the way in like they did last year.
But they're not going to.
I mean, that Clemson team is just not very good.
No, they're not. They're not winning nothing.
Cade Klubnik's an average at best college quarterback.
You know what Cade Klubnik's doing? He is saving himself for the prom, my good friends. That's what he's doing. Because he is not, and I repeat, he is not selling out running the ball. And they don't have any help in their running game.
Aren't you? You're a fan of his, aren't you, Tone?
I thought he was
pretty good.
I thought he was very good last year. Didn't you?
I mean, against bad ACC teams, yeah, they can torch those teams, but they've not beaten anybody that can play worth a damn with him.
The guy
they've lost like 5 straight to SEC teams.
Yes.
I mean, they don't beat anybody that's any good.
The guy at Georgia Tech does a nice job, doesn't he? At the end of the day,
yes.
He does a nice job.
Yeah, he does an excellent job.
He said after the game today, they said, what do you think? He said, well, it's a football game and we went out and won it. He said, my expectation is that we will go on the field, we will give a respectable championship effort, and we will win the game. And they asked his quarterback, they asked Canes King about it, and he said, hey, look, we practiced and we work hard for this moment, and we expected to win. He said, I'm not surprised to be here. This does not surprise me one iota. AE, before we go back to the phones, what in the hell happened to your coach that's now at Wisconsin? What in the world are they doing? How can they be that bad under him? They were not competitive with Alabama today, and I mean not competitive.
No, I'm going to tell you something, and part of it is the Wisconsin job
itself. Eric's a Cincinnati
itself.
guy, by the way. Eric's a Cincinnati guy who came to Knoxville to go to school, but his grandfather, father, and all that. Eric's one of the few in their family that, but he loves his Bearcats and he loves his Vols. Go ahead, Eric.
One of the things that's happened to him is, and I know that Wisconsin is a very good job, but that's all it is. It's a very good job. There's a ceiling there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason they haven't won a national championship at Wisconsin since, I think, 1942 or 46. It's because you're just not able to get the skill position guys that you need to win championships, national championships at Wisconsin. And I think that it was not a good fit for him. He comes from an Ohio State background, to be honest with you, that where they do it with elite talent. And he's not able to get the elite talent he needs to win at Wisconsin. It's gone worse than I expected. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying.
Well, the guy before him, in
the right situation, he's a good coach.
Yeah, the guy before him was winning.
It's just not good.
The guy before him was winning double-digit games, and this guy's getting absolute hell beat out of him. Let's go to our next.
He is.
Let's go to our next
You're right.
call, as Notre Dame is down to one play, and dare I say, a wing and a prayer, a hook and a ladder and a lateral, and a ball thrown up in the air, and A&M just won a game on the road, a non-league game against a ranked team.
Extra point.
On a dropped extra point for the first time since. Are you ready? 1979. They are the spitting definition of popcorn flatulence, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air. What a crazy day in college football.
What do you say?
Hey, Philly, welcome in.
How you and the boys doing?
Doing great, Philly.
I guess they'll have a bonfire down there in College Station tonight, won't they?
Oh, no question.
All them funny salutes and everything. It'd be kind of cool.
Or a bond, maybe.
Well, guys, close for no cigarette today. I mean, we played a good game. Georgia's a little bit more talented than we are. And Kirby has got Heupel's number. As much we can sit here and Kirby's probably the best coach in the country.
That's the thing, Phil, that kind of hurts me is that Tennessee did so many things well today. So many reasons they should have won today. That's the thing that kind of hurts when you think back on that one. Real opportunity to get one there.
If we go 10-2, we all be in the playoff.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And are we going to get those two defensive tackles back, or are they out for the rest of the year?
Who knows? It's a great question. I'll say this about this regime. They're as tight-lipped with these injuries as anybody. Now, I do think that Ricky Gibson suffered a torn pectoral muscle, and I think that's a season-long thing. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah.
You cannot lose. I mean, their defensive line played really well today. I'm not going to say this to the Georgia people watching us because I don't want to be like that person. But I would like to see their defense if you took four of their best defensive players off their deal and then went and played that game. Because that's what's going on with Tennessee right now.
You can throw helmet. They took Matthews' helmet off and didn't call anything on him. See that?
Well, Sean was talking about that. I didn't think that was a targeting. Did you think it was targeting?
They pulled his helmet off.
Oh, you're talking about the face mask. You're talking about a different play. Yeah. That's when they were allowed to substitute and they walked those guys off. And Kirby did that thing where, when you do a substitute, this new thing now where you walk a guy off. These guys, they're pretty petty with each other.
Well, this is the best offensive line has looked since we beat Alabama in 22.
It's wild, Phil. To do all those things well and still lose a game. To do all those things that well, Phil, and still lose a game just is criminal, man.
Yeah, but I'd say Georgia's probably a top 5 team, but they got a pretty difficult schedule. We got a schedule to get the playoff if we don't lose to one of these Heupel stinking games like he does every year.
I just think that everybody in this league, as I think about that narrative around Heupel, I think it happens to everybody that's not elite in this league. Everybody beats on everybody in this deal. Just kind of the way
if we
it
can't
is.
beat Florida this year, we'll never beat them down there.
Philly, this guy is a human turnover.
Has Florida called in since they started this losing streak?
Yeah, South Florida called in yesterday.
Oh, South Florida.
Yeah.
Okay. He'd probably jump on the Miami bandwagon now, you know what?
I wouldn't blame him if he did. But that guy right there, when him and Sunbelt Billy get on that field next week, Matt, or that's next week, right, Matt? Or 2
Oh,
weeks?
yeah. That's
next week.
You want to talk about a clash of two coaching legends.
That is.
I mean, the in-game coaching in that game is just
management.
stellar. You could write books about it.
That is game management 101 right there. That is like Butch Jones meets Derek Dooley plus Jeremy Pruitt.
Will Billy Napier be coach when Florida plays Tennessee?
Philly, if that quarterback looks the way he looked tonight, I think the answer
We
is
looked
no.
awful.
Yeah, the answer's no.
Florida's going to be Florida Atlantic by the time the season's over.
Yeah, and Brian said we're going to be calling Florida Atlantic by the time the year's over.
Maybe Florida International.
That's a damn great line. In fact, I might say, "Hola, amigo," and he'll go, "What the hell you doing, man?" And I'll go, "You're Florida International now. I got to talk different languages to you."
Well, guys, Archer Manning is a paper straight. He ain't that good.
Philly, I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for Nico because of what his dad did to him. And I feel sorry for this Manning kid because he's making all that money and he knows damn right well he doesn't deserve it because he can't play. And by the way, there was an interesting thing around the media. There were a lot of media people that were saying, hey, if this guy was really good, he would have played last year when Quinn Ewers was really struggling. Because Quinn Ewers was not good, Phil, last year.
No, he's average at best.
And they chose to leave him out there, which was really curious. I think we see why now. Because Arch Manning's not
all
good.
that money Texas has got, though, they'd have a quarterback they could bring in.
It's interesting. As C said, man, they had to manage it, and they couldn't put a backup behind him.
They spent too much money on him, huh?
I don't know if they didn't want to upset the family or whatever
You just
it was.
can't. It's just hard to recruit another quarterback when you have a quote-unquote generational guy.
Yeah, who's going to believe that? Who's going to believe that?
I mean, they've probably got a Jake Merklinger.
Guys, we've lost to Georgia 14 out of 16 games. Now, that's inexcusable. I don't care how bad our program's been for 15 years. It's unexcusable.
You got that right, brother. And here's the crazy thing. We lost to Georgia 14 out of 16 years now, Phil. It was 13 out of 15 coming into today, and the crowd was paying upwards of $600-$700 to sit downstairs today.
Well, I guess Danny White's probably happy that we didn't win because they tore the goalpost down. That's $500,000 and more you have to charge UT fans. You know what?
Oh no, Phil. If Tennessee would have won today, the way Danny White's gone with his schemes, they would have sent out a missive saying you had to give like part of your small finger to get into the next game as part of the raise. And what won't this guy charge?
It's almost like a Ponzi scheme, you know what?
It's something.
Well, let's go out and go 10-2. I think that's a good goal for us to have. And you're being in the playoff, and like you said, we may play a game here in Knoxville. I mean, unfortunately, we should have played SMU in Knoxville last year.
Yes. Yeah, the way it's structured now, the way the SEC is set, the strength of this league, even with our schedule, if you can get through that thing 10-2, you should host. I'd agree with that.
That's pretty cool. Everybody talking about Fulmer and Majors tonight. Talking about old memories, you know. See you.
865-200-5402.
What if the playoffs had been seeded properly last year and Nico had won a playoff game or two, would he still have left?
Yes, Brian. He
Would
would
they
have
have paid
left.
him?
Would have asked for even more money.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
That was not. It just Brian. What happens on the field doesn't affect all that stuff.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yes. That's such a great answer to that, Matt. Because the guys.
Okay, no, I mean, like it. I think you asked.
Now, come on, guys. He just wanted to get closer to home.
The guys that have the turd management and the turd advisors breathing in their ears don't care about winning. They don't. I was watching him last night. Matt, you watched him, right? Did it look to you like he cared what was going on? And I'm not picking on that kid.
I mean, it doesn't look that way. No, he just kind of goes through the motions.
He doesn't look like he cares.
I
don't think they were going to win
to
with
his
him.
credit, it's hard to care on that team with what they have.
No doubt.
I mean, he's in. Like he was in such a spot that this was almost inevitable with what he had around him. That this was going to happen.
Yes.
I mean, maybe not this bad, obviously, but he had no chance of succeeding there this year, and he's obviously never going to be any good anyway. But any chance he had of being any type of productive quarterback was to stay here.
I'm not laughing, okay? I'm not. And I'm not dunking on that poor kid. I'm not sure, y'all, they win 2 games now. And that's a bad league they're in. Like, it's a league.
They go.
Go ahead,
They
Brian.
play Northwestern next week, and that's the
I'm
only
not sure that's a win.
really winnable game they have left.
I'm not sure that's a win.
No, it's not a sure win at all. No. I mean, they got run out of the building by New Mexico, who was down there starting running back.
It was unbelievable. I'm listening to you.
And New Mexico's bad.
Awful,
awful.
Eric. Awful.
Key Lawrence is their best defensive player. I mean, Cinco talked about our linebackers making tackles 8 yards downfield. That dude's making touchdown saving tackles 15 yards downfield like every other play.
Let's go back to our phones and get in a couple more in here, and then we'll get out. We're going to take you right up till Sunday morning just to say we did it. Because that's, you got to do things just so you can, like, blog or get on the air on Monday and go, yeah, we talked into the wee small hours. And who even knows what that means, But I'm just trying to be responsible over here, and get to sleep at a decent time. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on Garza Law, 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. Hi.
Hey, Tony. This is Mike from Nashville.
Hey, Mike. Good to hear your voice in the Music City.
Nice. I just want to preface that Negative is my spirit animal. So before I say anything, go any further, so you have that as a reference.
Well, you sound like a real bowl of sunshine, but go ahead.
I know. So I've cooled down since the loss too. So this is me cooled down. First off, the players left it all on the field. They did everything they could, I think, to win. What really bugged me was in some situations down the stretch there, Heupel coached a lot like Stoops out there in Kentucky not to lose. And while Kirby let it all hang out, I think we can criticize Heupel because Danny White charges so much. Like, for my family to go to a game, take my boys, I'd have to take out a second mortgage. And so that's, I just want to go from there.
I think everything you say has validity. I think that's fair. I think Heupel's the type of guy that some guys, if they get in spots, they are so stubborn that they repeat their mistakes. One thing I've noticed about this guy is he doesn't do that. And I like the fact that after the game, somebody asked him about that series where he ran the ball 3 times, which people have talked about. Because Brian brought it up on the spot, when the game ended. He and I were both kind of angry about it. And again, I don't know how you can get angry about something when you have such a great plan that they had today. You just want to see them when they get in the spot finish the deal. Knock the champ out, so to speak. But I think if they got in that spot again, they would take a shot in the end zone. I really do. Now, I could be being naive here, this guy has proven to us that he's not afraid to grow. Like, they've made tweaks to their offense, which is an admission to, hey, you have seen my offense get caught up with. They've tweaked it. This guy last year managed a bad quarterback situation into a playoff spot. And I like to think that if he gets in that spot again this year, in one of these have games where you got to have it, say you're on the road at Alabama and you're in a similar spot, and you turn them over and you create a turnover deep in their territory or around midfield, throw the ball in the end zone. Yeah, I think he'll do that.
Yeah, I just worry that, that he hasn't picked his first 2 picks at quarterback.
Yeah.
He hasn't learned from them, right? He hasn't made changes. It's only the guys who've been thrown in his lap, so he doesn't really know how to recruit a quarterback. I'm not saying I can't either, but I don't get paid whatever he gets paid either.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the case, though, because at Central Florida, he had how many guys, Matt, that he recruited that were really, really good down there? And I guess at Missouri, he didn't recruit him. He inherited him. But how many guys, Matt, at Central Florida, from your deep dive you did on his time there?
He inherited Mackenzie Milton, and then they signed Dylan Gabriel, who I want to say actually was like Mackenzie Milton's backup in high school, like in Hawaii.
Wow.
So they really didn't even recruit him. It was kind of a natural fit.
That's interesting.
It's just really weird. I almost wonder if Heupel does coaches the guys that he inherits differently than the ones that he handpicks. I don't know. It's a really weird and kind of fascinating, dilemma that he has.
Sean?
Well, you could say the exact same thing for Kirby Smart. He's always done way better with guys that you would think would be second and third team based on recruiting rankings.
Or those little guys that can run around, to your point.
All coaches fall in love with talent.
Yep.
Because they all think that I can just harness this talent and fit it into my system.
Yep.
And a tall kid's always going to get preference over a short kid. A big arm's always going to get preference over a noodle arm. A kid that can run 4.4 is always going to get preference over a 4.7 kid.
Yep.
It's just the way it goes. You take it, and I mentioned it the other day, you take a look, Haynes King, perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
Texas kid, just like Detmer, just like all these other Texas quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
You're certainly not going to win a recruiting race for a 3-star, but very oftentimes those are the kids that are going to help you win a lot of games.
Yep. I can think of at Haynes King today, one quarterback in that game really wanted it, and one wants to play in the NFL next year. And listen, I'm playing college football. I want the guy that really wants it under my center. But that's the dilemma these guys face, because most big-time boosters and most fans want a 5-star kid at every position. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I just hate when it's kind of annoying when people are like, oh, we've come so far. It's like, well, you have to kind of look at the 60 minutes tonight, right? Or actually a little bit more than that. And we had an opportunity to win, and with the cards that were dealt tonight, and it seemed that Heupel fumbled it, right? Fumbled the bag. And then that one caller came in. He's like, well, he gets, he can sleep well at night knowing that, we have Saints on our team. No one loses sleeps overnight when you win with Saints or criminals. If you win, you win. And that's kind of all that, unfortunately or fortunately, however it is in this world, that's all that matters.
Sure
and,
it is.
I'll leave you with one thing. I heard they're going to send Nico. The Army's going to send Nico over to Afghanistan because he's the only guy that can overthrow the Taliban.
Back to our phones we go. Poor Nico.
Oh, Taliban back in power?
Let's get our next call.
I thought they got eliminated a while. I thought Joe Milton eliminated them.
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome into our next call.
Tony, Madison in Texas. How you doing?
Hey, Madison. I do want to be there, though, when they have the Joe Milton Nico overpass right near campus. When they dedicate that, I do want to be there. Go ahead, Madison. You're on the air.
Well, I'll just mention Nico real quick since you guys are talking about him. That is the worst coach team I have ever seen in my entire life.
Oh, they're an affront to organized sports. Yeah, they're an affront to like teams that put a uniform on and the trainers that get them ready and the folks that everybody involved. They're an affront to organized sports. I agree with that.
Tony, this is not hate watching. This is football comedy, brother. I mean, this is football comedy.
When they got their color commentator that first week was saying, this Nico guy, this is the truth, because I like sports on the radio, so I was on Sirius XM last night. Actually, they weren't on there. I had to find them online. I had to go look for it. But I'm listening on my phone laying in the bed. And their color commentator first week was like, this guy is electric. Last night, he literally was saying things like, what is he looking at? Where is he throwing the ball? What are we doing? What is Deshaun Foster doing? Who's watching the clock management? I mean, he started to just scream. He goes, this can't be happening. We are a 2-touchdown favorite. They're going to have 10,000 people here at the end of the year. I mean, he was saying things like that into the microphone as the game was unfolding. He took some truth serum.
Did you see the end of the first half? That was the most hilarious sequence I have ever seen.
Yes, I did.
See it?
Yes, I did, because I just got back from playing music, and it was absolutely
that was painful
next level.
to watch. That was cringy. How bad that was.
When they run the ball at the end of that, I mean, that's the punchline, brother. That's football comedy right there. I mean, it's not hate watching; it's football comedy.
On the radio, they were referring back to that, and Matt, that was right around the time period of the game where the guy doing the game compared Nico to Lamar Jackson, because
honest to God, use the Lamar Jackson comparison with his elusiveness and the way he can escape the pocket. He honest to God said that.
He said you can't get a clean shot on him like Lamar Jackson. Yeah, he reminds me of Lamar Jackson, all right. What in the hell are you talking about?
Lamar Alexander.
The Big Ten Network announcers were terrible. I don't know if you saw any of the Indiana State game, but I mean they're bad.
Indiana State and
the Indiana State game was on before that UCLA game on the Big Ten Network, and the announcers there were just awful.
No, Family and Friends Bride didn't even watch that. So I'm sure not going to watch something Family and Friends won't watch. Indiana State, my Roan.
Mighty
Sycamores.
Let me say a couple things about this team right now, because I understand people are hurting, and I hate that our field goal kicker missed that kick. But guys, I am so encouraged by the football I saw today. I'm encouraged by the way our guys fought. I'm encouraged by the way Joey played. I am so encouraged by his family and how much it meant to them. And to me, I mean, like you guys have said all week, 17 points was the high water mark for the last 4 years. We are competitive now. Do I wish we had won? Absolutely. Do I wish that we had better run fits or better play calling from Heupel? Could I be upset about a number of different things? Absolutely. But these grown men Vol fans right now that are upset about what we saw today, they need to go outside and touch some grass, because ultimately we got a good football team, guys, and I am just so proud of the way our guys fought. And I know we didn't win the game. If that kicker had hit that field goal, guys,
totally different deal.
We would have had nothing to complain about.
No, we would have complained. We would still criticize things, but to your point, it's framed in a completely different way. Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm just happy that we're competitive again. This is like Sean said, right? This is top 5 team. We played well today.
Sure.
We were right there. We
Sure.
should have won the game. Didn't end up coming up with it. That hurts a little bit, but at the same time, I am just so encouraged. And I appreciate the way our guys fought. I really did, because
I love the
you
effort.
guys remember. We go up in the first quarter.
Yep.
The middle 20, not so great.
Yep.
We came back. We fought back. We almost won the game, and I'm encouraged by it, guys. I really am.
Thank you, my man. Great talking to you. That's a great call to end on on our phone lines as we're now into Sunday here in the Eastern Time Zone. So let's go around the room with the panel here that's left and gathered on hand. Cinco, give me a final thought here, and thanks, Cinco, for hanging out with us for an extended period of time. You're fun.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And
go ahead, Sean.
What an all-star cast you have there. It's great listening to all of them. I'll tell you what, just an absolute, a little bit warm, but absolute beautiful setting for college football. Checker Nayland. Some people may think it's cheesy. I think it's fantastic. All the pageantry of Neyland Stadium and their traditions. One of the better games I've ever watched, even if we came out on the short side. We have our offense back. We have a team that plays extremely hard, and they're fun to watch. I love the comparison. Perhaps it was Ewad that said, very much like one of Bruce Pearl's early teams, and I think he's right, because we'll all remember Dane Bradshaw, Juwan Smith, Lofton more than we remember Tobias Harris, Julian Phillips. Well, Julian Phillips wasn't a Bruce Pearl guy, but it's certainly Tobias Harris and Scotty Hobson. So I think this is just going to be a fun season, and I think we're going to look up at the end of the year and see one of the best stories in Joey Aguilar in college football this year.
Thank you, Cinco. Well put.
Thank
Ewad,
you,
yeah, man. Ewad?
You know, Tony, I remember a couple weeks ago when I was on after the Syracuse game with you, and I said I was encouraged. And today showed why I was so encouraged at the time, and thankfully that I was right, that we have hope. And the truth is, we may have a little more than just hope. This is a team that has some real goals for it. Now, again, I'm with what Cinco said. I wish we'd won the game today. We could have won the game today. I'm disappointed. I mean, there's that game hurt me more than most games have hurt me that we lost, because that was in our grasp. At the same time, I walk away with this even more encouraged, because we just took a top 5, and some might even argue a top 3 team to the wall. And if we don't miss a field goal, we beat them. And that tells me there aren't many teams in the country that we can step onto the field with and not have a realistic shot of winning the game. And man, that just gets you excited for the rest of the things on this slate, and maybe late into December and possibly January. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you, brother. And that's a great Ewad. Brian Hartman?
Well, in the past, I've been really kind of sick about games like that, but when you look at it and put it in a bigger context, we thought all offseason this was going to be a surefire loss. And they were lining up to kick a game-winning field goal on the last play. Everything is still out there, like Eric said. You've got a 12-team playoffs, and you probably have to lose twice more to be eliminated from that. So they definitely showed they belong at the top of the SEC. And if they can channel that up and play that way against some other teams, they'll have a great chance of winning probably at least 9 of their 10 remaining games, or whatever it is, 8 of their 9.
Great. Thank you, Brian. And that's going to be a fun football season to walk through if that's the case. Matt Dixon.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of said everything. You had a chance to knock off Georgia, and get another signature win, and really another. Not going to say program changing win, but definitely a season trajectory. Looks totally different if you get this win. You kind of go one up on the standings there. But you didn't. But you came away with a lot more encouragement, a lot of things that you like. Your offense is going to going to keep you in and basically win a bunch of games for you. And you just kind of hope your defense comes around and gets healthy, and you can shore some things up because you've got a chance to have a special season in a very balanced league where you're going to have a lot of close games. You're going to have to shore up some of the situational stuff. That's probably what I'll talk about on Tuesday. Just some of those little things, just the inopportune penalties that came at times, or just what just little things that kind of got you beat today, unfortunately. But a lot of encouragement. It's going to be a lot of fun, and it's a great day over there. Just hated the ending, but it was an awesome game, and a great atmosphere. Crowd brought it, and it was a whole lot of fun until it wasn't. But we got some more of these that are coming up, and it should make for a good year. There's just so many compelling games and storylines each week that it's a real topsy-turvy sport right now.
And I'll leave you with this. I want to thank Marcos Garza of the Garza Law Firm. My friends at VIP Play, shout out to them. T3 Vodka, also shout out to Waterside Contracting and Walker's Painting, and my friends at TLD Logistics. Calhoun's, we'll be down at Calhoun's on the river on Friday. It's unbelievable. Andy Conexial, Josh Collins, shout him out. Performance Medicine, my friends over at Alumni Hall, Dos Equis, we went for Dos today. Here's the deal. I'm like very conflicted about today because I don't like moral victories. But one thing that I do like and really kind of demand as a sports fan, if I'm going to invest in you. And when I say invest, I mean invest time watching you, be sad when you lose. Some different versions of your teams, if we're all honest about it, some different versions of the teams, it hurts in a different way when they lose. Because sometimes you have to face facts and go, you know what? My team this year isn't very good, or, which is even worse, my team this year just doesn't respect their opportunity. They don't respect the game. The thing I love about Tennessee today is that every man, woman, and child involved with their program today respected that opportunity. Now, Tennessee didn't win, and you're not going to win every week, but just because you win doesn't mean you don't comport yourself like a winner. Because I found today, and Matt just said it, I found that to be a very winning day for the entire program and everybody in this mythical thing we call the Vol Nation. And those players and coaches want to win more than we do. I mean, they're in the middle of it. They should. I really appreciate how much they respected their opportunity today. They didn't succeed. You're not always going to succeed. They went out there and played like I would play if I was given the chance to do that, and I was able-bodied and capable of doing that. And you know what? That's enough for me. Now, earlier tonight, and earlier today, I was kind of freaking out at the beginning of the show and mad at Heupel, and I still kind of am. But I look at the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is Tennessee football is back being real. And a couple things. Maggie hit the nail on the head. For me to hurt about you losing in something, I have to really care. And if we're honest about it, we've had past editions of this team, they didn't care. So why would you really, 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 really hurt? And she's right. This team, these guys, this story is really worth investing in. I knew this was going to be a fun football season because it's going to be crazy in the league this year. Hopefully, we're right in the middle of it at the end. And hopefully, we can get healthy. But it's been a great, great pleasure being with you on our Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. I want to encourage you to check us out at Tclub.team. I want to encourage you to like and subscribe. Go over to YouTube. And we'll be doing some special stuff. I'm getting a procedure on my back this week And hopefully I'll be more ambulatory and able to pop in more on YouTube and stuff like that going forward. But I want to thank Matt. I want to thank Bry. I want to thank C. I want to thank Ewad. I want to thank Cinco. I want to thank John Adams. I want to thank our entire cast and crew over the last 4+ close to 5 hours. And just say, hope you have a great Sunday. And G to the B to the O. And on Monday, I'll be on here and we break it down with Bino. Peace and go Vols. And if you missed any portion of today's show, let me run it back for you. Let's see, how do I do this? I don't even know how to operate this phone. I'm tired. I think this thing's off. No, it says we're live still. You're not going to want to touch it because it's got the video. Let's see here. All right, come here. Turn this thing off for me, would you? You can put your thumb over it.